is over. Could I ask competitors in the boys A 3-meter springboard preliminary to make their way with their accreditation to the final call area? Boys Group A 3-meter preliminary competitors, please take your accreditation with you to the final call area. Could I ask all other divers and coaches to clear the pool deck immediately, ready for competition? Warm-up is now over, the boards are closed. One reminder that we will be having a 10-minute break in this preliminary between rounds 5 and 6.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good night from around the world, wherever you are watching. This is day 2 of the World Aquatics Group, Boys Group A, 3-meter Springboard Prelim. The boards have been cleared. And we are patiently waiting for the first diver of this event. My name is Matty Lee. I will be your commentator for this week for the World Aquatics Junior Diving Championships in Rijeka 2026.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the World Aquatics Junior Diving Championships here in
It looks like the weather is going to be a good day. Touch wood. Hopefully the rain and the wind stays away.
The start is displaying on the scoreboard for you now.
We are just introducing the referees for this competition and the judges. It's their time to shine.
We are ready for our first diver. Joshua Becerra.
And I believe it's time to start this competition off with diver number 1. That will be Joshua from Mexico, performing a forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Wow, lovely dive. Look at the height, almost basically above 5 meter there. It's not easy starting off a competition, especially with a hurdle. It's quite a nerve-wracking thing to do. But Joshua shows us his confidence with a good opening dive.
7, 6.5. Bogdan Savage. Inward 1.5 somersaults.
Bogdan Savic, performing a inward 1.5 somersaults pike. It's a nice entry. It looked like a little bit stuck on his takeoff. Like his legs came up before he could throw. But no dramas. 6.5s across the board. We have Pedro performing an inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Good takeoff. Good flight in the air, leaving it short of vertical, producing a bit of a splash, as you can see.
6.5, 7, 6, 6, 6.5, 6. Daniel Abai, inward 1.5 somersaults pike.
We have Daniel performing an inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive. I'd like to see a little bit more of a glute squeeze on the entry. Notice he goes into his pike there and it kind of takes him a second to squeeze those glutes.
6, 7, 7.5, 7, 7.5.
Still a decent dive.
Lock pan, forward 1.5 somersaults pike.
We have Yu Lokpan performing a forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice entry. If you can see, he was a little bit on the, he went back from the edge of the board, propelling him slightly away from the board, but nice clean entry.
6.5, 6, 6.5, 6.5. Arno Kurbay, back dive pikes.
We have Arnaud performing a back dive pike. Beautiful dive. Not much to really correct from my half. Nice big jump, good form, clean entry.
7.5, 7, 7.5, 7.5, 7, 7.5.
Good dive there from Arno.
Emil Kazimov, forward 1.5 somersaults pike.
We have Emil from Kazakhstan, forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice hurdle, good takeoff. Just a little bit banana shaped. There, you see his chest and his belly's out on the entry. You want to keep everything in a straight line as much as possible. We have Lewis performing a forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice, very good form. This diver's got lovely toe point. Lovely. It reminds me a little bit of my former teammate Ross Haslam from Great Britain. Just a very pretty diver in the air. We have Kirill Bazou performing an inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice. I love an inward 1.5 when it goes slightly over, but you just sink it in with a pike save under the water, as you can see. But sometimes the judges don't necessarily like that. But I think as a diver, I secretly do. We've got Bo performing an inward 1.5 somersaults tuck. I like the takeoff, but as you can see, his chest was way too out on the entry here. And when the water kind of hits your chest, it kind of pushes you into a banana shape into the water, which is why you saw quite a large splash being produced. We've got Javier, forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive, good hurdle, good shape. Just leaving it a little bit short.
6, 7, 6.5, 6.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7. Ian Nadir, inward 1.5 somersaults pike.
We have Ilya performing an inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Moving away from the board there, you'd want to see a diver getting a bit closer. But a decent entry.
6.5, 6.5, 7, 6.5, 6.5, 7, 7. Alexandra Domalidze, forward 1.5 somersaults.
We have Alexandra performing a forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive. I like it, yeah. Good hurdle. Landing on the end of the board there. As you can see, he's jumping high enough to peek into the sun, into the sunlight.
6.5, 6.5, 6.5. Nian Jun, forward 1.5 somersaults pike.
We've got Nian Jun performing a forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Wow, interestingly, that's probably one of the worst hurdles I've seen so far. But nonetheless, he knew what to do with it. Nice, neat dive. Good entry.
7, 7, 5.5, 7, 6.5, 6.5, 7. Victor Molan, inward 1.5 somersaults.
We have Victor Molan from Brazil performing a inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Decent distance from the board. Just a little scruffy on that entry. Everything was going well until just that point. I'd like to see his chest in a little bit more on that entry, and a pike save in the water. We have Manuel performing a forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive. Good hurdle. Landing on the end of the board there. Maybe 1 or 2 toes off the end. But that's no dramas. And a decent entry.
7.5, 7.5, 7, 7, 7, 7.
I need to think of a word other than decent. My vocabulary is not the best. Here we have Luke performing a forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Luke. Luke trains at Dive London, and I remember seeing him when he just started diving, and I could tell he really cared about diving, and he's been training really hard. And here he is at the Junior World Champs. Things I like to see. We've got Dimitro performing a forward 1.5 somersaults pike. I feel like he lined up to the water there a little bit too early. Good takeoff. Nice flight, but as you can see, he's a little bit short.
6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 7, 7.5, 6.5. Melka Tiga, back dive pike.
We have Melka Tiga from Sweden performing a back dive pike. Nice dive, just going a little bit over there, saving it with a knee save.
6.5, 6.5, 7, 6.5, 6.5.
This is a long event for these boys. It's 10 rounds. We've got Hassan performing a forward dive pike. Nice dive there. I like the position out at the end of the board. Nice and close to the board, but not too close. That is always the key.
6.5, 7, 6, 6.
As I said, there's 10 rounds that each diver will compete, and there's 43 divers in this event. So it's going to be, this is a marathon, not a sprint. We have Martinez performing a forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Great dive. I feel like you could tell he's just in control there, confident, landing up to the water, and a great entry.
7.5, 7.5, 7, 7.5, 8, 8, 8. Nicolo Lintosi.
We have Nicola Lintosi from Italy performing a 1.5 somersaults pike. Great dive there. Good entry. His hurdle there was a little bit back from the end of the board there. I say a little bit, quite a lot. Just threw him off a bit. But he dealt with it in a positive way. We have Rijeka from Finland performing a forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there. I believe he was hanging 10. All toes off the end of the board. No. Not all toes. Maybe at least 7. Fun fact about Finland. I've been skiing there many times, and hey is hello, and hey is goodbye in Finnish. Here we have Lorano performing a forward 1/2 somersaults pike. Good hurdle, good height. I'd like to see a little bit more of a cleaner finish here.
6, 6, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 7, 6.5.
And I think by cleaner I mean popping his hands on the water to create a free bubble entry. Here we have Georgi performing a forward 1/2 somersaults pike. Coming out of that dive maybe a little bit early. Kind of produces him to be a little bit short.
6, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6, 6.5. Frank Burton, forward 1.5 somersaults pike.
Frank Burton from Australia performing a forward 1/2 somersaults pike. Toes very much over the end of the board there. I think that was hanging 10.
6, 5.5.
But a good dive.
5.5, 5.5.
Hurdles can be a little bit shaky, especially on the first round of dives. You know, these divers are competing every 25, 30 minutes. It's a long time in between dives. We have Samuel performing a forward 1/2 somersaults pike. Nice dive there. A little bit back from the end of the board. But a great entry.
7, 6.5, 6.5, 7, 7, 6, 7. Samuel McCaffrey, back dive pike.
Samuel McCaffrey, Canada, performing a back dive pike. Nice jump. Just a little bit short on the entry.
Seven, 7.5, 6.5, 6.5, 7.5, 6.5. Wu Chen Ray, inward dive pike.
Root Chan Wei, performing an inward dive pike. Nice takeoff. I'd like to see a little bit more commitment into that dive, a little bit more sharper moves. Quick into that pike, quick out, lining up to the water.
5.5, 5.5. James Wood, inward 1.5 somersaults pike.
James Wood, Australia, inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there. Good takeoff. Feel like he lined up a little bit early.
6.5, 6.5, 7, 6.5, 7, 6.5, 7. Evan Curran.
Coached by Edwin Yunyans.
1.5 somersaults
We have Evan performing a forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there, good hurdle. Good distance away from the board. Nice and high. Very neat diver.
7.5, 7.5. Mick Schwickert, forward 1.5 somersaults.
The first 5 rounds of this competition are required, so very simple dives. Here we have Mick, his teammate from America, performing the same dive. Nice. As you can see, I like the commitment into that dive. Everything was sharp, quick. Bang, bang. Just producing a splash on that entry. The judges will see that. We have Nathaniel from Poland performing a forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nathaniel slightly missed his timing there on the end of the board. You can hear it. It's like rhythm. It's like music. You want to be able to time that board. You want to be able to ride it nice and smoothly. But a good dive. Mari. Performing a forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Great dive there, to be fair. As you can see, his toes are completely over the end of the board, hanging 10. But he didn't let it push him out into the middle of the pool. He did a really good job with that. And Mikula from Croatia, home diver, performing an inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Great takeoff, great balance. Just a little bit short on that entry. Mikula started diving when he was 9 years old. And he did it because he likes adrenaline, and he thought it'd be fun to try diving. We have Camilo from Colombia performing a back dive pike. Nice dive there. Very neat, toes pointed, nice straight legs there, and a great entry. Come on, I want to see some 8s. There we go. Yay. We've got some 8s. They didn't count though. Got Marco performing an inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there, just a little bit short. A bit short of vertical. Everything else was good. These required rounds, the first 5 rounds, it's all about trying to just stay as neat and tidy as possible. No dramas. We have Eric from Austria, following a forward 1.5 somersaults with 1 twist. Nice dive there. It's quite odd to see a twisty dive in the first round. He's opting in to choose this dive. Each diver gets to choose their order of dives. Maybe because he likes it, or maybe he just wants to get out of the way. I always used to like to get my handstand dive out of the way, because handstands are terrifying. Obviously not on the springboard. That would be interesting. We have Anthony Wong forming a forward 1/2 somersaults pike. Good entry. Could have done with a little bit more height off that board. But he's got a good long line, which creates that rip entry. The judges marked it down because of the height and his balance away from the board. We have Finn from Germany forming the same dive. Wow, as you can see, Finn's leg muscles, I could see it from a mile away. I knew he was going to jump higher than 5 meters. As you can see, 5 meters is in the background there. Good height, good dive. Maybe a bit more of a cleaner entry to get those 8s across the board. We have Valerie forming the same dive, forward 1/2 somersaults in pike. Nice hurdle, good takeoff, good entry. I'm being picky, maybe coming out slightly early. We have Carlo from Mexico. Carlos forming a forward 1/2 somersaults pike. Nice dive, great hurdle, good jump out of the board. Nice and neat, checking out of his pike shape and into the water. We have Matvey forming an inward 1/2 somersaults pike. Nice dive there. I'd like to see him keeping up on his toes. Look, see there, his heels drop. Keep on your toes on that takeoff. You'll get more height out of the board. You'll be able to control your balance. But it's still a great dive. Good entry. That's the end of round 1. Let me have a look at the standings. Still very early days. Some athletes like to look at the scoreboard, some don't. Throughout my career, I would look and wouldn't look, and it's just up to the diver whether they want to see it or not. Sometimes you look and you're like, oh my God, I'm winning, and then you mess up. But then sometimes if you're not doing so well, you kind of want to see how much you got to give to get up into that top 12 spot. As I said, there's a lot of divers, there's a lot of competitors in this competition. Only 12 will make it through to the final from 43. Or maybe 41? Nah. Yeah, 43. We're on to the second round of the boys' 3-meter springboard preliminary. We have Joshua from Mexico performing a back dive pike. Going slightly over on his back dive. I would have liked to see him reach more further forward into his pike shape. As you can see, he knows exactly what he did wrong there. As a diver, you kind of know as soon as you hit the water if it was a good one or not. You have to be very self-aware as a diver. We have Bogdan, forming a forward 1/2 somersault pike. Quite a bit off the end of the board there, and to the right. Not the ideal takeoff you'd want.
6, 5.5, 5.5, 5.5, 6, 6, 5.5.
Hurdles are probably the hardest thing about competing in diving. I'd probably say 3-minute springboard is the hardest event to compete. We have Petro, back dive pike. Neat dive, just missing out on that rip entry. Feel like he could have reached it back a little bit further with his arms on that entry. His head was kind of popping out, which meant the water hit his head, creating that splash. We have Daniel forming a forward 1/2 somersault pike. Nice dive there, just a little bit short of vertical on that entry. Landing perfectly on the end of the board there. That's what we like to see. See a lot of cupping he has had. I have never had cupping like that in my life, but some physios like to use that method. It obviously does help. Got a lock pan, forming inward 1/2 somersault pike. Nice dive there. Up and down. Maybe a little bit away from the board there, yeah. Dropped his heels on that takeoff. I don't know if you were with us yesterday, but the weather was pretty shocking. And the sea behind us was very wavy. And I don't know if you can see on the camera as the dive is on the end of the board. The sea is completely calm, which is a good sign. Nice dive there, that was a reverse dive pike from Arno. Good height, good line, just a little bit short there.
7, 7, 7, 7, 6.
But he corrected himself in the water. Usually you pull round on a reverse dive in the water, but he kind of scooped it, which kind of helped him keep that splash down. We have Emil forming a inward 1/2 somersault pike. Emil kind of ran out of room there. Came out maybe a little bit too early of his dive, producing the short entry. We have Lewis from Germany forming a back dive pike. Nice dive there, a little bit short of vertical. You know, this is an easy dive. I'd like to see that performed a little bit better by the athletes.
6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6.
I'm sure he would too.
Forward 1.5 somersaults pike.
We have Kirill forming a forward 1/2 somersault pike. You could hear the board that time. I was talking about timing. You've got to time that board. You've got to ride it. It's like a rhythm. It's like music. And you could hear it. Dum. And the judges will pick up on that.
6.5, 6, 7, 6.5, 7, 6.5. Bow and Prey, forward 1.5 somersaults pike.
We have Bo from Haiti performing a forward 1/2 somersault pike. That was a nice calm hurdle. trying to deal with those nerves, especially in a hurdle in the preliminary rounds of your first event. Producing a bit of a splash on that entry. Looks like he's enjoying the experience, as he should. He started diving when he was 9 years old. He was a gymnast at a young age and switched to diving. It's quite a common thing. That's what I did too. Javier Arena from Spain, forming an inward 1.5 somersault spike. I feel like he looked like he was pushing right into the end of the board there, but didn't lift out of the board as high as I thought he was going to. Still a good dive. Javier started diving when he was 5 years old. He started swimming. And he saw diving on TV. And one day he decided to try it. And now he's on TV himself. Or YouTube Live. Ilya performing reverse 1.5 somersaults with half a twist. It's a classy dive, reverse half. I like his technique on his twist, keeping his arms straight. That's what I used to do with my back half. I think it looks cooler. It's like it's got a bit of flair to it. Alexander performing an inward 1.5 somersault spike. Nice dive there. Just a little bit short, maybe a little bit back from the board as well. Alexander started diving when he was 6 years old. And his coach was his neighbour. So I guess that is a good way to get into diving. You have Nia Jun performing an inward 1.5 somersault spike. Nice dive there. Maybe a little bit away from the board. But good form and a great entry. You can see that pike save under the water, keeping that splash down. I think he'd get more 8s if he was able to jump higher out of the board and closer. Because other than the takeoff, nothing really was wrong with the dive. We have Victor Molin from Brazil performing a back dive pike. Good takeoff, good pike shape, lining up a little bit too early, and his chin was tucked in there. Kind of want to be, you see, well, his chin was in the right position, his arms weren't. He needs to try and reach a bit further back. We have Manuel Jimenez forming an inward 1.5 somersault pike. Good takeoff. Landing short of vertical there. Landing up too early to the water. In these sort of conditions, you know, the sun is shining. You can sometimes skew with your vision of the pool. You know, you need to be able to see the edge of the water. Because without being able to see that, you won't know where to line up. But we have Luke forming an inward 1.5 somersault pike. Good dive there. A little bit scruffy with his legs on the entry. Good pike shape there. See that? And a little splash. He started diving when he was 11 years old. He was doing flips on the side of the pool on holiday, and his mum thought it was dangerous, so she signed him up to a diving class. And now he does even more dangerous stuff on holiday. That's very common. I think my mum used to hate watching me do things off the poolside on holiday. We have Dimitro, in 1.5 some sorts pike. I like that balance, I like that takeoff. That's the sort of balance away from the end of the board that I want to see on these sort of dives. Not too close, not too far away. Just a little bit splashy on that entry.
7, 6.5, 6.5, 7, 7, 6.5, 7. Melka Tiga, reverse dive pike.
We have Melka performing a reverse dive pike. Nice dive there. We're a little bit away from the board. Melka started diving when he was 10 years old. And his grandpa was an Olympic diver in 1960 and 1964. And his mum was also a diver. Now that is, it obviously runs in the blood. That is pretty amazing. We have Hassan performing forward one some sorts, one twist. Nice dive there. I like the flight in the air. Nice and calm. Completing his full twist, wrapping into his pike, lining up to the water. I'd like to see a bit more of a tighter, cleaner finish. We have Martinez Buzakas performing a back dive pike. Martinez started diving when he was 7 years old, same age as I was. Beautiful dive, good jump out of the board, nice pike shape, and good entry. Martinez was watching diving as he was training while swimming, and obviously probably thought it was just looked a lot more fun. I am obviously biased. The rest is history. We have Nicola Lintozzi performing a back dive pike. Nice dive there. I'd like to see a bit more of a reach into that pike shape. But a good dive.
7.5, 7, 7, 7, 7, 6.5, 6.5. Veikka Kauppinen, back dive pike.
We have Veikka Kauppinen performing a back dive pike. Nice entry on that back dive pike. Maybe I'd like to see a little bit more of a bigger jump out of that board. He started diving when he was 6 years old. And he saw people diving and said, I wanted to try. And his parents are his inspiration. We have Ilrano performing an inward 1.5 somersaults pike. He didn't properly throw for that dive. He was a little bit away from the board. Had to really dig round into that pike shape to get it round onto his head. Landing a little bit short of vertical. Well, quite a lot short of vertical. You have Georgie performing an inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there, coming out. Maybe a little bit early, but you noticed that, so he had to stop the rotation. Well, he came out a little bit late and he had to stop the rotation. But still a good dive. He started diving when he was 6 years old, and his grandfather and uncle are coaches. So they took him to training to see what happens, and he fell in love with the sport.
7, 6.5, 6, 6.5, 7, 7, 7. Frank Burton, inward 1.5 somersaults, pike.
Next up, we've got Frank from Australia performing an inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Frank started diving when he was 10 years old. Nice dive there, very neat. Nice pointed toes, good entry. Maybe just a tad back from the board there.
7, 7, 7.
He started diving through a holiday program with a friend.
7.5. Preliminaries, inward 1.5 somersaults, pike.
Next up, we've got Samuel from Spain performing an inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Great entry there. It looked like his left ankle. Look at his left ankle here. Looked like it. Well, it looked like it almost was giving in. It like twisted over.
7, 6, 6,
But a good dive. Other than that, good entry. Got Samuel McCaffrey from a forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Good height out the board there. You see he was reaching up onto 5 metre. Got a bit away from him at the end there. A little bit out of control. Couldn't quite control that entry. Yeah, Root Cheng Wei performing the same dive. Forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there. Nice and neat pike shape. I'd like to see a bit more of a jump out of that board. Landing a short of vertical.
5.5, 6, 5, 5.5, 5.5, 5.5. James Wood, forward 1.5.
Next up, we've got James Wood performing a forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice hurdle. Good takeoff. Just coming out a little bit early, lining up to the water a bit prematurely. Meaning he landed short of vertical.
5.5, 5.5, 6, 5.5, 5.5, 6.5, 5.5. Evan Curran, inward 1.5 somersaults, pike.
Next up we have Evan performing an inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Good takeoff, good line. Just landing short of vertical. I think he'll probably be a little bit annoyed with that. Chest coming out. He started diving when he was 11. And before diving, he played baseball for 5 years. But he said to me he wasn't very good. He was scared of the ball and did not enjoy it at all. I'm guessing he enjoys diving a lot more. We've got Mick, his teammate, performing a back dive pike. Nice dive there from Mick. Good jump out of the board. Nice clean line into the entry. Mick started diving when he was 6 years old. He was doing swimming and he watched divers and then realised swimming was boring. That's his own words, not mine. And Tom Daly is his inspiration. Was also mine. Got Nathaniel performing a forward 1 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice hurdle. Planting his feet perfectly on the end of the board there. Producing that 1 twist, wrapping into that pike, line up to the water.
6, 6.5, 6, 6.5, 6, 6.5, 6.5. Maori Boy, back dive pike.
Next up we've got Maori performing a back dive pike. Representing Fiji. Started diving when he was 9 years old. And he's dreamt to represent his country. And you are representing your country. So that must feel a very proud moment. Good dive. Very neat.
7.5, 6.5, 8, 8.5, 7.5, 7.5.
Hearing some 8s there. We want to obviously hear more 8s. Are we going to see a 9 at any point? I hope so. We've got Mikula performing a back dive pike. Nice dive there, just going a little bit over, saving it with a knee save. And by knee save, if you don't know what that means, he's going through the water there. As soon as his knees kind of reach the water, you bend your knees and kind of like rip it in, keeping the splash down. Hope that makes sense to you all at home. We've got Camilo performing a reverse dive pike. Good solid reverse dive there. Nice and springy hurdle. Be a little bit back from the end of the board and to the right side of it, but dealing with it very nicely. Next up we've got Marco Valenti performing a forward 1 somersaults pike. As you can see, knee buckled on his hurdle there, but I think he did the right thing. I think if he tried to go, he would have maybe got a failed dive. Great recovery there from Marco. That's a scary thing, having to walk back to the end of the board again. There'll be a 2-point deduction for the restart. But I think that's much better than a failed dive or a, jumping out into the middle of the pool or even hurting yourself. So I think he did the right thing there. These divers need to make these sort of decisions in a split second. It's kind of crazy how quick the brain can work. And I think that shows in this sort of sport. You've got a split second to decide whether you're going to go or not, and your heart rate can go through the roof. So he did a good job to keep himself calm and perform a good dive in the end. We've got Eric Richter performing a forward 1 somersaults pike. Nice dive there. He's got a long body, a long line, so the entries can look really nice. Slightly mistiming the end of the board there.
6.5, 6, 6.5, 6.5, 6, 5.5, 6.5. Anthony 1, inward 1.5 somersaults pike.
Next up we've got Anthony performing an inward 1 somersaults pike. Moving away from the board there on that takeoff, I'd like to see him stay over his toes, kind of leant back, pushing him out into the middle of the pool.
5, 5.5, 6.5, 5.5, 5.5, 5.5, 5.5. Finn Alve, back dive.
Next up, we've got Finn from Germany performing a back dive pike. Nice jump out of the board there. Nice form. Good, perfect balance. Just a tiny bit splashy on that rip entry.
8, 7, 7, 8, 8, 7.5, 8. Valerie Malayan.
Next up we've got Valerie performing a inward 1.5 somersault spike. Good takeoff, a little bit scruffy on that entry. Yeah, nice balance.
6, 6.5, 7.
Just not producing that rip entry.
6.5.
Next up we've got Carlos performing a back dive pike. Nice dive there. Nice and neat, up and down. Taking off with both of his feet on the board, planted.
7.5, 6.5.
Not common.
7, 7,
The judges will probably pick up on that a little bit.
6.5. Matvey Pomoshnikov, forward 1.5 somersaults.
We've got Matvey performing a forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there. Good height from the board. I'd like to see a bit more form there on that hurdle.
7, 7, 7.5, 7, 7.5.
Producing a pike save under that water. That's the end of round 2. I'm going to have a look at the standings so far. See, the scores are all pretty bunched up together. As long as you're not making too many big mistakes, you can stay in and around that 12th place, even though you might be further away than you think. When the optionals come around, that's when the decisions are made. You know, the optionals are harder dives, meaning more room for mistake, but also meaning more room to excel. Because the harder dives mean higher points and bigger scores. Right, starting round 3, we've got Joshua from Mexico performing a reverse dive pike. Great hurdle, good height out at the end of the board there. And the judges really do see that. Shows strength. Sailing over though on that entry, which will be marked down quite a bit. Next up we've got Bogdan from Serbia performing a back dive pike. think he was leaning a little bit too far back there on that takeoff, meaning the dive kind of got away from him a little bit, going over a vertical on that entry. We've got Pedro Costa performing a back 1.5 somersaults with half twist. Great dive up until that entry. I really like the flight and the form of that back half. Great technique. Just not quite ending the dive as he started. Next up we've got Daniel performing a back dive pike. Nice dive there. Thought he was going to go a little bit over there, but he managed to hold that. As you can see, he was holding that dish as tight as possible. Good entry. Got Pan forming a back dive pike. Good dive there. Good takeoff, nice and neat, good form. Could have extended out of that board a little bit more for his knees, producing a bigger jump. Next up we've got Arnaud forming a forward 1.5 somersaults back. Great dive there, good. Managed it quite well. As you can see, his toes are on the end of the board there and to the left side. But he stopped the rotation and a great entry. Arnaud started diving when he was 3 years old and his sister was a diver. That wall getting in the way there. Next up we've got Emil forming a back dive pike. Nice dive there. You kind of felt like it was going a bit too quick, so we had to come out of it quite quickly.
7, 6.5, 7, 6.5, 7.
But saved it on the entry. Next up we've got Luis from a reverse dive pike. Wow, did a good job there. As you can see, landed on the very end of the board, toes over, but managed to wrap his toes around the board, holding on so he didn't ping out into the middle of the water.
6, 6, 6, 6, 6.5, 6, 7.
Probably not what he wanted, but he did good with that hurdle. We've got Kirill forming a back dive pike. Nice dive there from Kirill. He first tried diving when he was 3 years old. But the first proper training session he was 6 years old, and his dad was also a diver. And when he saw how he dived, he really liked it and wanted to also dive like him. We've got Bo forming a back 1.5 somersaults tuck. Nice dive there. Slightly short of vertical. Nice come out, looking for that water. Bo's inspiration is Yonanite Wisdom, a Jamaican diver that I have dived with for many, many years. And now he's here as a coach. It's a full circle moment. We've got Javier forming a back dive pike. Very nice dive there from Javier. I'd like to see a bit more of a jump out of that board, but nonetheless, good entry, good line, good form. We've got Ilya Nadavev from your reverse dive pike. Good entry there, a little bit out in the middle of the pool. Reaching for the toes, lining up to the water. Good entry.
6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Alexander Zomalidze, back dive pike.
Next up we've got Alexander performing a back dive pike. Nice dive there. Up and down. Reaching to his toes. Pressing out and into the water.
6.5, 6, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5.
It's a lot easier to commentate on harder dives, just because of easier dives, there's not much going on, especially if it's a good dive. Got Ni John forming a back dive pike. Nice entry, good form. Pushing out away from the board a little bit too much there for a back dive pike. But up and down, vertical entry. He would have got 8s there if he would have stayed close to the board, I think. Next up we've got Victor performing a reverse dive pike. A little bit of a wobbly hurdle there for Victor. Not landing quite on the very end of the board. Just needed to reach through on that entry a little bit further. Would have got a cleaner entry. Next up we've got Manuel Jimenez forming a back dive pike. Good strong jump from the board, but as you can see, when he goes into that pike shape, his arms go through his legs. The judges will see that. You kind of want to reach to your toes and further past your toes.
6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5. Luke Brackett, back dive pike.
We've got Luke performing a back dive pike. Great back dive there from Luke. Good form. Good jump out of that board. Do we have a little bit more of a neater toe point? I'm just being picky. Luke's inspiration was watching myself and Tom Daly win an Olympic gold, and it was just after he'd been accepted to join the same club as us. His words, I promise you I'm not just saying that. I feel honoured. Next up we've got Dimitro performing a back dive pike. Good dive there from Dimitro. See that? His arms reaching to the top of his toes, not past. That's what I want to see.
6.5, 7, 6, 6, 6.5, 6.5, 5.5. Melka Tiga, inward 1.5, somersaults pike.
Next up we've got Melka from Sweden performing an inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there, just a little bit short, vertical chest kind of producing a splash on that entry. Maybe moving a little bit away from the board there, but nothing major. His mum and his grandpa is his inspiration.
6, 6, 6.5, 6, 5.5, 6, 6.
I'm not surprised, as they were both divers themselves. We've got Hassan from Egypt performing a reverse dive pike. Very nice dive there, I really like that. Good hurdle, landing on the very end of the board, but not too far over. Could reach to his toes a little bit more on that pike shape, but great entry into the water.
6.5, 6.5, 6, 7, 7, 7.5, 7. Martinez Lizauskas, reverse dive pike.
We've got Martinez performing a reverse dive pike. Great leg form. You can see his knees are just solidly locked out as soon as he takes off, all that way. Good entry. Could do with being a little bit cleaner on that entry there.
6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5. Nicola Linton.
We've got Nicolo performing a reverse dive pike. Great hurdle and great jump out of that board. As you can see, he went miles high. Reaching to his toes, pressing out. A little bit overreached on that entry, but only a tad.
7, 6.5, 7.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6.
Nicola's inspiration is the parents. Next up we've got Veika performing a reverse dive pike. Ooh, not bad at all. As you can see, his toes were pretty much over at the end of the board there. Only just. Kind of struggling to get up over his pike shape. But working it into the water quite well.
6.5, 6, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5. Ilarion Avchenko, back dive pike.
We've got Ilario performing a back dive pike. Nice dive there, just a little bit splash on that entry. Reaching to his toes, coming out. Everything was good, it just need to be a little bit more tighter on that entry.
6.5, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 5.5. Georgie Tsudukidze, back dive pike.
Next up we've got Georgie from Georgia performing a back dive pike. Nice dive there, just the tiniest bit short, but didn't really show because he managed to keep that splash down and rip entry. Good balance to that board though. Not too close, not too far away. It's just that sweet spot. We've got Frank Burton, back dive pike. Nice dive there from Frank. Tiniest bit short of vertical. Good form. Frank's proudest moment is making this Junior Worlds team. Congrats, Frank. You're not only making it, but you're diving in it. Samuel from Spain, performing a back dive pike. Nice dive there. I feel like he maybe took off a little bit too much with too much speed on that takeoff. Having to come out of that pike a little bit quick, but dealt with it really nicely. Good line into the water.
7.5, 6.5, 6, 6.5, 7.5.
You can see there's a hot tub there behind Samuel. I don't think it's been used that much. It's a hot day. I think you probably need some ice baths around here. Got Samuel from a reverse dive pike. Once again, great height out that board. Good hurdle, good ride. Good riding of the board. Line up to that water. Could do with a cleaner finish though. Cleaner finish would have been 8s. We've got Ru Cheng Wei performing a back dive pike. Producing a little bit too much speed off that board. Didn't quite reach over his toes. We have James Wood performing a back dive pike. Good jump out of that board. Maybe thought he was going a little bit too quick. As you can see, he didn't. Kind of came out of that pike shape a little bit quick and early, but good dive. James is coached by Edwin Jonjans. Originally a Dutch diver himself, bit of a legend there in Holland. Used to coach at Leeds Diving Club where I started, and now he's in Australia. It's a common theme there for British coaches to go over to Australia. We've got Evan from America performing a back dive pike. Nice solid jump out of that board. Can really see the strength. Keeping on his tiptoes. Good knee save on the entry.
7, 6.5, 7.5, 6.5, 7, 7, 6.5. Mick Schwickert, reverse dive pike.
We've got Mick, reverse dive pike. Great dive there, Mick. Good, nice jump out of that board. Up onto that 5 meter mark. Line up to the water. Mick's proudest moment so far is qualifying for this competition. Congrats, Mick. We have Nathaniel performing an inward one half somersault spike. Nice dive there, just a little bit short of vertical. Moving a little bit away from that board. I would like to see him a bit tighter towards the board. I know that can be scary, especially as a viewer. But these divers are in control. We have Maori from Fiji, forming a reverse dive pike. Solid reverse dive pike there from Maori. Great height out of that board. Good line on that entry. He's dreamt of being the first to represent his country in the sport. And I believe you've done that, mate. Well done. We've got Mikula forming a reverse dive pike. Oh, that was a good hurdle, good height out of that board there from the local boy. A little bit of a wobble there as he was lining up to the water. Interesting to see what the judges think. Yeah, I feel like without that wobble he would have got some more 7s, 7.5s. We've got Camilo performing an inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there. I'd like to see maybe a little bit more of a chest in on that entry. See there's a bit of a splash produced. But nice form during that dive. Good pike shape. We have Marco from Italy performing a back dive pike. Great dive there from Marco. He's got a lovely long straight line to his body. And solid entry. We have Eric from Austria performing a back dive pike. Beautiful required dive there. Lovely long legs. The bad thing about having long legs is if you haven't bent or scruffy, judges can see, but Eric absolutely did not. Very nice and neat. Anthony Wong, back dive pike. Producing not enough rotation there. He had to stay into that pike shape a little bit too long to get round onto his head.
4.5, 6, 4, 4.5, 4.5, 5. Finn Arbe, reverse dive.
Finn from Germany, reverse dive pike. Good jump out of that board, maybe a little bit too far out. And landing a bit short of vertical. Finn's inspiration is Sascha Klein and Patrick Hausding, two legendary German divers. I was lucky enough to compete against them in my very early days. It was an honour. Next up we've got Valerie performing a back dive pike. Oh, beautiful entry there. Sucking down that water with that rip entry. Very nice dive.
6, 6, 5.5, 7, 7, 6, 6.
I feel like he maybe got marked down slightly just because he didn't jump quite as high as his fellow competitors. We have Carlos from Mexico, reverse dive pike. Nice controlled dive there from Carlos. Good hurdle. Jumping nice and high up to that 5 meter level. Solid dive. We have Matvey performing a back dive pike. Nice dive there from Matvey. Good high jump out of that board. Toes together, legs locked out. Good entry.
7, 7.5, 7, 7, 7.5, 7, 7. Thank you.
That's the end of round 3.
Judges, please take your seats. That brings to an end the first round of dives and the standings are on the
We're going to have a look at the standings so far. So the 12 mark is where you make it into the final. That's currently at 111.15. Still absolutely all for grabs. It's very early days still in this competition. 2 more rounds of required dives. And then I believe we'll have a 10-minute comfort break. I'm not sure that's for the athletes. I think that's for... I'm just going to presume it's for me. Only joking. And then we'll have 5 more rounds of optional dives, which is where it gets interesting. And we'll see some more technical hard dives. Starting round 4, we have Joshua from Mexico. He would want to have some salts pike. Good takeoff. I'd like to see a little bit more of a cleaner finish. I know Joshua's probably capable of that. Kind of going through the water in a slight piked position. Bogdan Savic performing a reverse dive pike. Bogdan kind of slightly moving out to the middle of the pool there and lost a bit of control, meaning he was going flying over. Tried to knee save it, but sometimes when you're a little bit too far over, the knee save just doesn't work, producing a splash. We have Petro, reverse dive pike. Petro, reverse dive pike. Nice, good height out of that board. Riding the springboard very well there. Slightly to the left side.
6.5. 6.5, 7, 6.5, 7, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5. Daniel Abai, reverse dive pipe.
We have Daniel from Hungary forming a reverse dive pike. Nice dive there from Daniel. Reaching a bit too far past his toes there. Tiny bit splashy on the entry.
6, 6, 6.5, 6.5, 6. You look pan, reverse dive pipe.
We have U-lock pan forming a reverse dive pike. Nice neat dive there from U-lock pan. Hanging 10 toes over there on the end of the board and producing a bit of a splash on that entry.
6, 6, 6, 6, 6.5, 6, 6. Arno Kobai, inward 1.5, somersaults pipe.
Next up we've got Arno performing an inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Solid inward 1.5 pike there from Arno. Maybe could have done with being a little bit close to the board, but only by a hair if I'm being picky. Great entry.
6.5,
Arno's inspiration is Alexander Despartie, who is an absolutely legendary diver from Canada. We've got Emil, Kazakhstan, reverse dive pike. Emil landing on the very right side of that board there. Slightly putting him off. He might have had his little toe over the end there. And going a bit over on his entry.
5.5, 5.5, 6. Louis Forster, inward 1.5, somersaults pipe.
We have Louis Foster from Germany. Inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Very neat diver. Very good form. Maybe pushing a little bit slightly too far away.
6.5, 6.5, 7.5, 8.
But a good dive. Heard an 8 then, it won't be counted, as the two highest and the two lowest scores will be taken off
Reverse dive pipe.
to try and get a medium out of the judges. Kirill, reverse dive pike. Ooh, great entry there from Kirill. Not doing a great job though with the timing of the board. Could hear quite a big thud.
5.5, 5.5, 6.5.
I could see his toes come apart a little bit on that entry too.
Reverse 1.5, somersaults with top.
We've got Bo, reverse 1.5 somersaults tuck. Lovely dive there from Bo. Good flight in the air, good takeoff. Just could do a bit of a tighter finish
6, 6.5,
on that entry.
5.5, 6, 6.5, 6.5. Javier Arena, reverse dive pipe.
Got Javier, reverse dive pike. Lovely dive there from Javier. I hope to hear some 8s from the judges. Yep. If I don't,
7.5, 8.5, 7.5, 7.5,
well,
7.5, 7.
we heard 1 8.5.
Ian Nadir, back dive pipe.
Maybe they saw something I didn't. Got Ilya, back dive pike. not quite reaching towards his toes there, and it just produced it to be a little bit shorter vertical. I feel like Ilya's got more in him than that, and I think he'll be disappointed with that dive. Alexandra forming a reverse dive pike. Alexandra didn't really produce enough speed there for his reverse dive pike. Kind of ran out of rotation and landed short of vertical.
6, 5.5, 6.5, 5, 5, 5, 6. Nia Ju. Reverse dive pike.
Got Nia Jun, China. Reverse dive pike. Very nice dive there. Good timing on the end of the board. Great hurdle. Very neat. Reaching past his ears, reaching to his toes, lining up to the water. Great entry. There we go. Our first 9 of the competition. Hope to see some more of that. We've got Victor from Brazil. Forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Good timing on the end of the board, good hurdle. A little bit back from the end of the board, sorry. Could do with being a bit sharper on that entry. Kind of left it to go over slightly. We have Manuel, Colombia, reverse dive pike. Great position on the end of the board there. Both feet planted exactly where you kind of want them to be. Reaching to his toes, lining up to the water. And not a bad entry. I think that would have been 8s with a cleaner rip. We've got Luke Raget, reverse dive pike. Luke did a good job there. Toes, all 10 toes completely on the edge of the diving board. As you can see, he was a bit hesitant on that takeoff. But he did a good job. He didn't jump right into the middle of the pool, which is good. I think he'll be a little bit disappointed with that dive. We've got Dimitro. Reverse dive pike. Great hurdle. Good height out of that board, reaching that 5 meter point. Nice form and good entry.
7, 7.5, 7, 6.5, 6.5, 6, 6.5. Melka Tiger, forward 1.5 somersaults pike.
Next up we've got Melka, Sweden. Forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Melka's got a very neat hurdle there. Toes pointed, arms completely straight. All fingers all tucked in. Good dive. Slightly splashy on that end of the entry. Hassan from Egypt. Back dive pike. Nice dive there from Hassan. Could have done with a bit of a cleaner entry. And a bit more of a push out of that board. Got to use your momentum, your body weight, and your leg muscles to push that board down. The more you push it down, the more you propel upwards. Got Martinez. Inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Martinez. Good form, good toe point. Martinez' inspiration was his first coach, and Thomas Daly. It's quite a common trend. We've got Nicolo. Inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Nicolo. Producing good height out of that board. And a good entry. Maybe could do with a little bit more form in the flight of his dive. We've got Rijeka. Inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Rijeka. Keeping on his toes there on the takeoff. Good straight, locked out knees. We have Ilarion, reverse dive pike. Landing a little bit short there. I say a little bit quite a lot. Not producing enough rotation on that takeoff.
5, 4.5, 4.5, 4.5.
There's so many things a diver needs to think about and do in such a short amount of time. We've got Georgie, reverse dive pike. Nice, good reach out of that board on his takeoff. You know, arms going past his ears, reaching up into his toes to the pike, and lining up to the water. In between dives, divers will just take themselves away. You can see them in the background there, just chilling out. Probably trying to stay cool. Listen to some music, play a game, read a book. Every diver has their own thing that works for them. Got Frank Burton, Australia, reverse dive pike. Lovely dive there from Frank. Nice, neat. Toe point, line, good entry. Just a small technical difficulty. Nothing major. They've read out the last diver's scores. Now they're reading out Frank's scores. Samuel Pinheiros, reverse dive pike. It's difficult when you're taken off that far away from the end of the board, especially on a reverse dive or any reverse rotation. That's why you land short or vertical. Next up we've got Samuel. Inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice solid dive there from Samuel. Good height out of that board. He's definitely one of the stronger divers in this competition. But I'd like to see a bit more of a neater finish on his entries. We've got Wu Cheng. Reverse dive pike. That's definitely one of his better dives of this competition so far. Landing on the end of the board there, which is good. Losing his feet there on the entry. I think that let him down slightly.
5.5, 6, 5.5, 4.5, 5.5, 6, 5.5. James Wood, reverse dive pike.
We have James forming a reverse dive pike. Moving out into the middle of the pool there slightly. You know, he wasn't quite hanging 10 there on the end of the board, but he was slightly probably too far over the end of the board there for his liking. Probably a little bit annoyed with that, but he did a good job. We have Evan Kerim, reverse dive pike. Whoa, that was a very nice jump out of that hurdle. And great balance there for a reverse dive pike. Nice and neat. Just could do with being a bit cleaner on that finish. Got Mick forming an inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice inward 1.5 pike there from Mick. Good strong takeoff. Good distance away from the board.
7, 6, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6, 6.5. Nathaniel Elsanovsky.
Got Nathaniel forming a back dive pike. Nice big jump out of that board. Probably moving a little bit too quick in that back dive for his liking. He was leaning back on that takeoff, meaning he was going slightly over.
5.5, 5.5, 6, 6.5.
Got Maori forming an inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Good, nice, strong takeoff there from Maori. Checking out, seeing the water going through. Could do with squeezing his bum there on the entry. I think that would have helped with a cleaner entry. We've got Mikula Miocic performing a forward 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Shame about the entry though, but that was a very nice high hurdle, big jump, using his leg muscles, forming that one twist almost at 5 meters. There's a good reception here in Croatia, obviously for the Croatian man. We have Camilo, Colombia, forward 1.5 somersaults, pike. Very nice dive there from Camilo. Riding the board really well. Lining up to the water and ripping into that water. Sucking in the water as he goes through. How many times did I say water then? Probably too many times. We have Marco Valenti. Reverse dive pike. Nice dive there from Marco. Slightly hanging over the end there with his toes, but he did a great job keeping his balance. Good high dive there. Just slightly splashy on that entry. Italy have always had many great divers come through the junior ranks and obviously into the senior world of competition. It's Eric, reverse dive pike. Oh, that was a lovely dive there from Eric. Like I said, he's got long legs, so as he keeps them straight, knees locked, toes pointed, the judges see that beautiful line and that entry too. Very nice. We've got Anthony Wang, reverse dive pike. Anthony getting a little bit too stuck there in his reverse dive pike, not producing enough rotation to get round. Struggling there a little bit. Keep your head up, mate. Still many dives to go. We have Finn Au from Germany. Inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Lovely inward 1.5 somersaults pike there from Finn. Looked in control the whole time, keeping on his toes on that takeoff. Very precise. Nice clean finish. You can hear some 8s. I like to see it. That definitely deserves 8s. Maybe even more. Valerie, reverse dive pike. Very nice dive there from Valerie. A little bit away from the end of the board. But nothing drastic. Good height out there, out of the jump. And good entry. Keeping that splash down. We have Carlos from Mexico. Inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Carlos. Good jump out of that board, good balance, checking out of his pike shape, seeing the water and lining up. I think if he had a cleaner entry on that one, that would have been 8s. But I am not a judge. Matve, final dive over this round, reverse dive pike. Very nice dive there from Matve. Getting good height out of that board. Good long line. Solid entry.
6.5, 7, 6.5, 7, 7, 7, 6. And that concludes the fourth round of dives.
And that is the end of the fourth round of dives. We're going to have a look at the standings thus far. We got John Nee out in front. The 12th spot currently held by Nicola from Italy. But as I said, the divers are all quite bunched up. There's still not a lot in it. I think as the optional rounds come along after round 5, we might see some people propel and people descend on the scoreboard. Okay, on to the 5th round of dives. Final round of the requireds, which means the easy dives. We've got Joshua from Mexico performing a forward 1.5 somersaults with 1 twist. Joshua there, landing on the very right side of that 3-meter springboard. Maybe his 2 little toes on that right foot was hanging over the edge. But he did a good job.
6, 6.5, 6, 6.5. Bogdan Savic, forward 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist, 3, 2.
We have Bogdan Savic. Forward 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice dive there. I like the balance away from the board, not too far out, not too close. Landing on that right side of the board there again. It's a hot spot for these divers.
6, 6.5, 5.5, 6.5.
Looks like he might be in a little bit of pain there. I'm presuming the shoulder. It's heavily taped up. Could be the knees though, as his shoulders don't need to do anything when he's walking out the pool. But diving can be very painful, especially when you're holding injuries. Pedro Costa, Brazil, forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice strong hurdle, good jump. Just a shame on that entry, landing quite short of vertical, producing quite a big splash. The entry isn't the all and end of all, but it is the last thing the judges see. But judges shouldn't necessarily judge just on the entry, they used to do. But they've got to look at the overall dive. But as I say, it is the last thing they see, so it is important. Daniel, forward 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice dive there from Daniel. Riding the board quite well in his hurdle. Checking out the water.
6.5, 6, 6, 6.5, 7, 7. You look back 1.5 somersaults, same half.
We have U-lock punt. Back 1.5 somersaults, half twist. I really like his form. Nice straight arms, good hand form, whatever that's called. But just kind of going a little bit over there on that entry. Would have liked to checked out a little bit earlier, reaching for that water. Arnold. Forward 1 half somersaults, 1 twist. Solid dive there from Arno. Good height out of that board. Arno trains at Camo, which is in Montreal. In Canada, I've been there a few times. It's a great pool. His favourite artist is Drake. We have something in common, Arno. I love a bit of Drake. Drake is Canadian, so makes sense. Emil, Kazakhstan. Forward 1 half somersaults, 1 twist. Going over there slightly for Emil. Good feet plant on the end of the board there. But just creating a bit too much rotation there and couldn't quite stop his dive. Louis Foster. Forward 1 half somersaults, 1 twist. Very nice dive there from Louis. Good form, good ride of the board, good takeoff. And great entry.
7.5, 7.5, 7, 8, 7, 7.5. Kirill Bazoo, forward 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist.
We have Kirill Bazoo. Same dive again. Nice dive there, just as you can hear. I don't know if you can hear, pick it up at home, but the noise of the board when he lands on the end. It's not smooth. It's quite. It's a thud, and the judges will hear that and will mark down. We have Bo from Haiti performing a back 1 half somersaults with half twist. Nice dive there from Bo. Had to really dig round into that pike shape to make it round. Lining up to the water.
6, 6, 6, 5.5, 6, 6.
Smiles on his face, he's happy. That's what I like to see.
Forward 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist.
Obviously it is a competition, but it's all about having fun. That's the most important thing. Javier, Spain. Forward 1 half somersaults, 1 twist. Really like his form there going into that twist dive. His technique is really good, but just a shame about that entry. You can see his feet slightly come apart and landing short, producing a splash from his chest. We have Ilya. Forward 1 half somersaults pike. Very nice dive there from Ilya. Good height as he jumps up to that 5 meter mark and a little bit above. Lining up to the water, great entry.
7, 7.5, 6.5, 6.5. Alexander Zolidze, forward 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist, free position.
We have Alexander. Forward 1 half somersaults, 1 twist. Very nice dive there. Thought it was going to land a little bit short there, but absolutely kept the water down. No splash. Nice and clean. Could have done with going a little bit higher in his jump. We have Nia Jun, our former leader so far. Reverse 1.5 somersaults, half twist. Oh shit! Sorry. I hope it's okay. He is absolutely fine. He's walking away from the board, which is good to see. He's out of the water. Sadly, he slipped on the edge of the board. I've seen that happen before, and it's not turned out so well. I apologise for my language. Moving on, Victor from Brazil. Forward, 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice dive there. It's not always easy following a dive like that. It's quite nerve-wracking because obviously you don't want that to happen to yourself. But he did good with that. Manuel Jimenez, back, 1.5 somersaults, half twist. Nice dive there from Manuel. Cool, calm and collected there. Nice entry. Slight splash there. Got Luke Raggett from Great Britain. Reverse. 1.5 somersaults, half twist. Nice dive there from Luke. Really good. You see his toes are quite on the end of the board there, and that's not what you want on a reverse rotation, but he dealt with it very well. Jumping very high as well. You know, he's not one of the tallest boys here, but he's definitely a strong one. Dmitro Stepanov from Ukraine. Forward, 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice dive there from Dmitro. Good height out of the board, riding that board very well. Nice straight body as he twists. Good entry.
7, 7.5, 7, 6.5, 6.5. Now Rijeka. Reverse, 1.5 somersaults, a half twist, free position.
Melka, reverse, 1.5 somersaults, half twist. Lovely dive there from Melka. Nice height, maybe a little bit out away from the board, but good entry. Very nice. I don't think he was too happy with that. Oh no, he's okay. Got Hassan Saber from Egypt, in with 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Hassan. Could have done with producing a bit more of a jump out of that board. You know, the judges are looking for the height produced from the diver.
6, 5.5, 6, 6, 5.5, 6, 6.
It's a springboard, so the whole point of it is to use it to your advantage. The more you use it, the more you treat it nicely, the more it will treat you. Martinez, back, 1.5 somersaults, half twist. Nice dive there. I don't know, it looked like his toes were slightly close to the end of the board there, coming round. Let's have a little look. No, absolutely fine. Just a little bit messy on the entry. Niccolò Lentosi, Italy. Forming a forward 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice dive there from Niccolò. Good height, Good use of that springboard, using it to his advantage there. And a good pike save on that entry. Rijeka Kaupen. Forward, 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist. I like the flight. I like the takeoff. Just the entry slightly letting Rijeka down there. As you can see, he scooped in the water. He didn't roll. You meant to do, normally you do a forward roll under the water when you do a forward / inward entry. Rijeka in Kazakhstan, forward, 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Landing on the very edge of the board there. Dealing with it quite well. Good flight. Not a bad entry. We've got Georgie. Forward, 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice dive there from Georgie. Very precise with his dive. And sharp. Look, in, twist, in, out. I like it.
6.5, 7, 7, 6.5, 7, 7, 7. Frank Burson, forward to 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist.
We have Frank from Australia performing the same dive as the previous diver. Nice dive there from Frank. Good balance away from the board. Landing where you want to land on the end of the board. Just need to clean up that entry to get higher marks. We have Samuel from Spain. Forward, 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Ooh, that hurdle was a tricky one. He was quite far away from the end of the board there. And slightly to the left, but did a very good job there with the dive. Good entry.
6, 6, 6, 6, 5.5, 7, 6. Samuel McCaffrey, forward 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist, and free position.
We've got Samuel from Canada. Forming a forward, 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice dive there from Samuel. Generating great height out of the board there. Look at that. Definitely over 5 meters height.
7.5, 7.5, 8, 8, 8, 7, 7.5. Wu Cheng Wei, back dive, a half twist, straight.
Ru Cheng Wei. Forming a back dive with half twist, straight. It's quite an odd dive to see. It's quite a retro dive. It's always nice to see a variety of dives. Not quite completing a half twist there. As you see, when he goes through the water, he's still sidewards. The judges are going to sadly heavily penalise him. And also I found out I can't say the word variety. There you go. Variety. Next up we've got James Wood from Australia. Forward, 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist in the free position. Bit of a wobble there on that hurdle. Felt like he thought he was going way over the end of the board there, but he dealt with it well. Nice flight, just a little bit short, slightly splashy, but Good dive.
Forward, 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist, 3 position.
We've got Evan Kerim from USA. Forward 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Evan did a great job there. You can see he landed quite back off the end of the board. It's not ideal, but still dealt with it very well. Good height. Nice dive, just a little bit short. Next up, we've got Mick performing a reverse 1.5 somersaults, half twist. Nice dive there from Mick. I do like to see a reverse half. It's a very classy dive. Just producing a bit of a splash there on that entry. Next up we've got Nathaniel Elsanowski from Poland. Reverse dive pike. And that is what we call hanging 10, but a great dive nonetheless. Toes completely over the end of the board there. Very much towards the right side of the board, but great flight and good entry. But the judges will look at the overall dive, and the hurdle is a very important part of the dive on Springboard. We have Maori Farrell. Forward 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice dive there from Maori. The Fijian diver. Good height. Ever so slightly over, but a great dive. It's quite a good, got a good presence in the crowd there cheering him on. It's good to see. We've got Mikola from Croatia. Forward 1.5 somersaults pike. Big jump there. I'm pretty sure he was on the very left-hand side of that board. Let's have a look. Whee! Yeah, I think that left foot was hanging off the edge, but still managed to get a great jump, but sadly that was a bit of a scruffy entry. Smiles to us at home. Camilo, back 1.5 somersaults, half twist from Colombia. Nice dive there. Slightly in the banana shape. At this point here, legs kind of getting away from him on that entry, but trying to recorrect himself under the water. That's a good job. Next up we've got Marco Valenti. Forward 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice dive there from Marco. Good use of the springboard. Slightly to the left side of that springboard. Michele Benedetti there, coaching him. He is usually your commentator at these sort of events, so I've taken his place as he is coaching. We have Eric performing an inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Nice clean entry there from Eric. Got very long legs, so he has to get him all the way around. Good balance as well. away from the end of the board. We have Anthony 1, back 1.5 somersaults, half twist. Nice dive there from Anthony 1. I'd like to see a little bit more height out of that board. He leant quite far back, but landed upright. I think he'll be happy with that.
5, 5, 5.5, 5, 5.
We have Finn Arway. Germany forward, 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice use of the springboard there, great timing. Good takeoff, nice height as well, look at that, 5 meters high, past 5 meters high. Completing the whole dive above that, lining up to the water, great entry. We have Valery Maliev from Ukraine. Forward, 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice dive there from Valery. Nice clean entry. Good use of that springboard. Form pretty much spot on. Good job, Valery. I think he's the most tanned Ukrainian I've ever seen. I'm a bit jealous. We have Carlos from Mexico. Forward, 1.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Great jump out of that board there, great balance. Keeping it nice and tight to the board, but not too tight. A little bit hesitant on that entry, I'd say. He's our current leader so far. We have Matvey, final diver of this 5th round. Reverse, 1.5 somersaults, half twist. Nice dive there from Matvey, great entry. Good use of that springboard, maybe a little bit too far back and slightly to the right side of that board, but nonetheless did a good job.
6.5, 6, 7, 7, 7, 7, 6.5. We will now have a short 10-minute break.
Right, that's the end of round 5, sorry. We're going to have a look at the standings, and we're going to have a short 10-minute break, which will allow me to go to the toilet. We'll see you on the far side. Welcome back to the Group A Boys 3 meter Springboard Preliminary. We've had 5 rounds of dives so far. We had a quick 10-minute wellness break, as they call it. I think that's a chance for the crowd and everyone working, and the athletes too. Just a bit of a reset, a bit of a chance to collect themselves. It's a hot day out there in the sun. Luckily I am in an aircon studio at the very top of the stands. I'm very grateful. Okay, we are ready to resume to the round 6 out of 10. We have Joshua from Mexico performing an inward 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice solid dive there. That's the first optional dive we've seen. So the dives are going to get a lot harder. And we're doing our pike. Good takeoff, just a little bit short. Producing a bit of a splash on that entry. Next up we've got Bogdan Savic performing an inward 2.5 somersaults tuck. A little bit short there from Bogdan. Moving away from the board. Maybe coming out a little tiny bit too early. Needs to be a bit sharper on that entry. As you can see, I don't think he's he's not happy with it. He knows he can do better. Training is one thing, but competing is a whole different ball game. I think we'll slowly get into the rhythm again. As you can see, there's a little bit of a pause. Not sure why. There we go. We have Pedro Costa from Brazil, forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Running out of room there for Pedro. Need to throw a little bit harder than that. Kind of going in the water in a pike shape. We've got Daniel Abai forming an inward 2.5 somersaults tuck. Not a bad takeoff. Again, I'd like to see a bit more speed on that 2.5 somersaults. Kind of going through the water in a pike shape. It's not ideal for the rip entry. For a rip entry, the body needs to be completely flat, straight. Your glutes need to be squeezed. You need to be vertical. We've got Yu Lokpan from Hong Kong, in with 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from you, Lokpan. It's not an easy dive, getting your long legs around 2.5 times. I wasn't a fan of this dive. You've got to keep good balance so you can get the rotation. You Lokpan did a good job there. We've got Arno in Canada performing an inward 3.5 somersaults tuck. Hardest dive we've seen this far. Nice. On that takeoff, I didn't think he was going to quite make it as well, but he managed to really speed up in that tuck shape. Positive come out. Just did slightly run out of room there on the entry.
5.5, 6.5, 6.5, 7, 6, 6, 6.5. Emil Kazimov, inward 2.5 somersaults.
We've got Emil Kazimov performing an inward 2.5 somersaults tuck. A little bit short there for Emil. I want to see him stay a bit more upright on his takeoff to produce correct amount of spin needed. Luis Forster from Germany, in with 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Luis. Spinning 2.5 times towards the board. Good, nice pike shape. Just still slightly in a pike shape going through the water. You need to try and extend the whole body. Keep that splash down. Kirill Bazuk. Forward 2.5 somersaults pike. Sailing quite a little bit too far over there. I think you should try and work towards learning a front 3.5 pike. I think that'll be coming soon for Kirill. Next up we've got Bo Ampry from Haiti performing an inward 2.5 somersaults tuck. Not the best come out there for Bo. Good strong takeoff though. I'd like to see a bit more of a neater tuck shape.
5.5, 6. Javier Arena, forward 3.5 somersaults pike.
Javier Arena from Spain, forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Oof, that was a very tricky hurdle there. It's definitely not what Javier would have wanted. Landing very much on the left side of the board, literally pointing towards the left judges, the left side of the pool. And that's why, unfortunately, we're hearing some very low scores. Ilya Nadiv from Russia, forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Very nice dive there from Ilya. Riding the board pretty well. Great pike shape, squeezing hard. Great finish. Steady. We have Alexandra performing a back 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Alexander. Did well with that. I thought it was going to be a bit out of control, but he came out in the exact position where he should have. We have Nia Jun. Hopefully he's not carrying any injuries from his previous dive. He's got a lot of work to do. In with 2.5 somersaults pike. A little bit over there on that dive. I wonder if he is maybe a little bit sore in his lower legs. Nothing obvious is wrong. Got Victor Molin from Brazil. Forward 2.5 somersaults with 2 twists. Not a bad dive there from Victor. It's quite a difficult dive for the A boys. I never learnt this dive. Quite glad I didn't. We have Manuel Jimenez in with 2.5 somersaults pike. Good takeoff there for Manuel. Just a little bit scruffy on that entry. We have Luke Reget. Performer back, 2.5 somersaults pike. Beautiful dive there from Luke. I'm really impressed. Really impressed with that. It's come quite a long way. I remember when he started diving. I was there in Dive London. That was very strong. Good entry. We have Dmitry Stepanov from Ukraine in with 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Dimitro. Maybe riding a little bit too far away from the board, which slows your rotation speed down, but doing a good job on that entry. We have Melka Tiga from Sweden. Back 2.5 somersaults pike. Not a bad dive there from Melka, just going over. Leant back a little bit too much, so the dive span probably a little bit quicker than he thought. It's harder to control the end when it's a bit whippy. We've got Hassan from Egypt in with 2.5 somersaults tuck. Nice dive there from Hassan. I'd like to see a bit more of a cleaner finish. Choosing to do the in-between half in the tuck position. Obviously the easier out of the two. You'll see obviously quite a lot of divers doing the pike position and sometimes even the 3.5 tuck. We have Martinez from Lithuania. Forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice dive there. Good riding of the board. Nice quick twist. Line up to the entry, a little bit splashy there.
6.5, 6.5, 7, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5. Nicolo Lintosi.
We have Nicolo Lintosi. Forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice dive there from Nicola. Great entry. Feel like he enjoys doing this dive.
7, 6.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7, 6.5, 7.
Yeah, not bad. He likes it. We have Veikka from Finland in with 2.5 somersaults tuck. A good takeoff there from Veikka. Good balance as well. Just need to come out of that dive a little bit earlier than he did. Kind of left his legs to go over on the entry. We have Ilaria performing an inward 2.5 somersaults tuck. Coming out a little bit too late there of that inward 2.5 tuck. It's good height out of the board. He didn't need to come out that late. Just going slightly over. Next up we've got Georgi from Georgia. Inward 2.5 somersaults tuck. Kind of fell away from him on that takeoff. You kind of want to be leaning over that board. As you can see, he was moving far back and he almost felt like he wasn't going to make his dive. So it was a bit scruffy there to the entry.
5.5, 6, 6, 6, 5.5, 6, 6. Frank Burton, back 2.5 somersaults with tuck.
Next up we've got Frank Burton. Back 2.5 somersaults tuck. Coming out a little bit too late there. Sailing over on that water on the entry. Leaning back on that takeoff.
5, 5, 6, 5, 5, 5, 5. Samuel Pinheiros, forward 3.5 somersaults with tuck.
Next up we've got Samuel. Forward 3.5 somersaults tuck. It's unfortunate there for Samuel. Not producing enough speed on his 3.5, dropping quite quickly. Landing short of vertical.
3.5, 4.5.
Almost tripping up as he gets out of the water. You can never be too safe. Samuel McCaffrey. In with 2.5 somersaults pike. Lovely jump out of that board. That's what I like to see. Great balance, nice height, great pike shape, performing the whole dive above the board. Just a little bit short on that entry. But a great dive for a prelim. We have Uche performing a back 1.5 somersaults pike. It's not a bad dive, that. A little bit far out at the end of the board. It's a very easy dive compared to the ones we will be seeing. We have James Wood from Australia in with 2.5 somersaults pike. Not a bad dive there from James. Just losing his balance slightly on his takeoff, pushing a bit far out, but barely. Just needed to squeeze his glutes there on the entry. Would have definitely seen more 7s in that case. There's Edwin and Vininka. Evan, USA, forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Evan. Just slightly losing it on the entry, going slightly over. But good form. Good jump out of the board. Just needed to come out a little bit earlier.
6.5, 6.5, 7, 6.5, 6, 6, 6.5. Nick Rijeka in with 2.5 somersaults.
We have Mick in with 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Mick. The USA pair are doing some very nice optionals here. Shows the standard. Very nice dive there from Mick. Nathaniel from Poland, back 2.5 somersaults tuck. Not a bad takeoff, good neat tuck shape. Just needed to reach a little bit further on that entry. If he would have reached, he would have absolutely taken that water down with him.
5.5, 6, 6, 5.5, 6. Maori Pomerol in with 2.5 somersaults pike.
We've got Maori from Fiji in with 2.5 somersaults pike. First ever diver from Fiji. Lovely dive there. Could do with a little bit of a neater pike shape. Looks like a slight bend of the knees there as he comes out into the entry.
5.5, 5.5, 6.5, 5.5, 5.5, 5.5. Nicola Miocic.
We have Mikola, forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Great use of the springboard there. As you can see, climbing up above that 5 meter board. 3.5 somersaults into the water. Bit of a splash produced on the entry. We have Camilo in with 2.5 somersaults pike. Sailing over on that one. Good rotation out of the board. Just need to come out a little bit earlier of that dive. Get his chin out. See, his chin was quite ducked under on the come out, meaning you couldn't quite see the water. We have Marco Valenti. Forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice dive there from Marco, just landing slightly short of vertical. Good use of the springboard there, nice twist. Could do with a little bit more form. Next up is Eric Richter from Austria, performing the inward 2.5 somersaults tuck. Lovely dive there from Eric. This is a much simpler dive than what we're seeing, but if it's performed like that, then no complaints. Great entry. Good line into the water. We have Anthony Wang from Hong Kong, forward 2.5 somersaults pike. Slightly running out of room there on that dive, but he just about got it through. Did a good job on that entry as well. We have Finn from Germany in with 2.5 somersaults pike. Finn trains at Rostock. Lovely dive there from Finn. Great entry, making the dive quite easily, keeping on his toes there on the takeoff. Lovely stuff. We have Valerie performing an inward 3.5 somersaults tuck. Whoa. He's a hard dive in with 3.5 tuck. Not the greatest takeoff, but he managed to get it around. Just running out of room there to fully get out of his shape. We have Carlos performing the same dive in with 3.5 somersaults tuck. Lovely stuff there from Carlos. It was a very difficult dive, especially in the junior ranks. Like to see a bit more of a neater tuck shape there. but getting it round onto his head.
6.5, 6, 5.5, 6, 6, 6, 6.
Final diver of round 6, we have Matvey from Russia in with 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Matvey. Almost getting a little bit stuck there in his rotation, having to really dig deep into that pike shape. Squeezing out onto that entry. We're just changing judges from panel A to panel B, or the other way around, I can't remember. Let's have a look at the scoreboard so far after the first round of optional dives. 6 rounds in total out of 10. We have Evan in the 12th place with his teammate Mick, followed very closely behind. And like I said, it's still quite bunched up. But as you can see, there's some big gaps forming. So it's going to be harder for some to keep in that top 12 or near it. You see the Chinese diver has a long way to go. It's not impossible, especially for the Chinese. They're very good at diving, as we all know. All right, starting with the 7th round of dives, we have Joshua from Mexico performing a forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Nice high hurdle there, reaching that 5 meter point easily. 3.5 times in the pike position, coming out of it too late, sailing it quite far over. Bogdan Savic from Serbia, forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Bogdan. I'd like to see a little bit more commitment into that entry. A solid dive nonetheless. Next up we've got Pedro Costa to back 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice takeoff there from Pedro, slightly leaving it short of vertical, producing quite a splash. Need to try and generate a little bit more speed. We have Daniel from Hungary, forward 3.5 somersaults tuck. Nice, good, strong takeoff there from Daniel. Getting a good reception there from the crowd, a lot of horns going off. Slightly staying in the pike shape there as he goes through the water, which will damage his rip entry. We have U-lock pan, forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Running out of room there, sadly. Needs to generate a little bit more of a higher jump, more speed in that rotation of somersault.
4, 5, 4.5, 4.5, 4.5, 4, 4. Arno, 4, 5. Forward 3.5 somersaults pike.
Next up we got Arno. Forming a forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Oh, a lovely entry there from Arno. A little bit of a hesitation there on the hurdle, but nothing major. Good clean finish.
6.5, 6.5, 5.5, 6.5, 6, 5.5, 6.5. Emil Kazimov, forward 3.5 somersaults big top.
We have Emil forming a forward 3.5 somersaults tuck. Sadly, I can't really comment on that, as I didn't see it. Let's have a look at it now. Not the best takeoff. Jumping out in the middle of the water and coming out far too early.
3, 4, 3.5, 3, 3. Louise Forrester, forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist pike.
We have Lewis, forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice dive there from Lewis. Very neat. Good entry, just a small splash.
7, 6.5.
If I'm being picky.
6.5, 7, 7, 6.5. Kirill Bazoo, forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist.
Next up we've got Kirill. Forming a forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Wow, in the tuck position, that was very cool. That's quite a rare dive to see, but I really like it and a good entry. Very good entry indeed.
5, 5.5, 6, 5.5, 5.5, 5.5.
Kirill can speak 3 languages. That's 2 more than I can. And his dream is to become an Olympian. We've got Bo from Haiti, forward 3.5 somersaults tuck. Nice dive there from Bo. Good rotation. Good placement on the board. Just need to sort out the form and the tuck shape. Try and point his toes a little bit more.
5.5, 5.5, 5.5. Javi Arena, reverse 2.5 somersaults pike.
Next up we've got Javier forming a reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. That was a bit of a shaky hurdle there. I get a little bit nervous when it's a reverse rotating dive. But he did a good job. He's not happy with it at all. I mean, I would be the same. Once again, I don't really understand why we have coaching comments at the end of a dive in a competition, because you're not doing it again for a while. Ilya, forward 2.5 somersaults with 2 twists. Lost his legs there in the twist. Landing quite short of vertical. Chopping down on that takeoff. Kind of didn't allow him enough room to execute his dive. We've got Alexander performing a reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. Not a bad dive there from Alexander. He had to really work it on the entry, kind of pushing out away from the board. Made it quite a lot of hard work for himself.
4, 4.5, 5.5, 4.5, 4.5, 4, 5. Nia June, forward 3.5 somersaults, pike.
We have Nia Jun, forward 3.5 somersaults pike. It's a little bit shaky there on the hurdle, as you can tell. I'm not surprised from what happened 2 dives ago. Great pike shape, good form, just coming out of the dive a bit too early, running out of room, landing short of vertical.
6, 6, 6, 5.5, 5.5, 5. Victor Mola, back 2.5 somersaults, pike.
Next up we've got Victor, Brazilian diver, back 2.5 somersaults pike. He skipped off a little bit on the takeoff there, so he didn't fully extend out of his knees. His knees slightly bent when you're going up into his pike shape, just landing slightly short of vertical.
5.5, 5.5, 5.5, 5.5, 5.5, 5.5. Manuel Jimenez, forward 3.5 somersaults, pike.
Manuel Jimenez, forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Had to really try and work it round all the way 3.5 times. Not the best hurdle you want.
5.5, 5.5, 5, 5.5, 5.5, 5. Luke Raggett, reverse 2.5 somersaults, pike.
We've got Luke from Great Britain, reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. Whoa, lovely dive there. Just slightly over rotation there on the entry. Amazing hurdle though. You might have thought that was close, but it's not. That's a comfortable, that's like the sweet spot. Luke is half Zimbabwean, and his dream is getting a gold medal at the Olympics. We have Dmitro Stepanov from Ukraine, forward 3.5 somersaults, pike. Oh, Dmitro did a good job there. Could have been pretty dangerous. Taking off, pointing towards the left side of the pool is not what you want. But he did a good job getting that round and executing the dive. We have Melka, reverse 3.5 somersaults tuck. That is a very hard dive, especially with a bad hurdle. As you can see, he was towards the very left side of the board. But trust me, that was a very good job done. I've seen a lot worse happen. It's the difficult thing with springboard diving. The hurdle is such a hard thing to be able to compete, especially in these long competitions. I said earlier, training is something, but competition is a complete different ball game. We have Hassan, forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice solid dive there from Hassan. Good balance away from the board.
Good use of the springboard as well. Just a little bit scruffy on the entry. We have Martinez. Forward, 3.5 somersaults, pike. Nice dive there from Martinez. Very steady up and down, good use of the board. Martinez is proudly committed to the University of California, Berkeley. So I'm sure he'll be moving to the States very soon. Continue his diving career. We have Nicola, forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Nicola. Bit of a scruffy hurdle. A little bit hesitant on that entry, but a decent entry. We have Veikka Kaupinen. Back 2.5 somersaults pike. Ooh, not generating enough speed there on the back 2.5 somersaults pike. Landing quite short of vertical. I'm sure he'll be disappointed with that. Next up we've got Ilana. Forward 3.5 somersaults tuck. Not a bad steady dive there, just going over a vertical on the entry. I'd like to see a bit more of a tighter tuck shape. We have Georgie Tulazike. Forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice, quick, sharp, full out there. Into the pike. Coming out of the pike, 1 twist. Seeing the water. Lining up. Trying to do the best rip you can. We have Frank Burton. Reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. That'll be a restart. I think he was a bit too far away from the end of the board there. Didn't feel comfortable enough to complete his dive. It's time to stay calm and collected. Deep breaths. Such a shame coming short on that dive. I was about to say he's done a great job there. Because it's so hard to do a hurdle after a restart. Because you're just shaky, you're nervous, you're hesitant. And he did a great hurdle, so he should be very proud of that. He will have a 2-point deduction for the restart. We have Samuel Pineros. Forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Quite a long way from the edge of the board there. That is hard work. Really hard work. As you can see, he really tried to make it to the end of the dive there. But sadly running out of room, leaving him a bit over. of vertical. We have Samuel McCaffrey. Forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Samuel. Good use of the board there. I've seen him go higher, but it's still very high. And a decent entry. Wu Ching-Ray from Taipei. Reverse 1.5 somersaults pike. A little bit toes over on that hurdle. He lost control of the dive. Generating too much speed. Coming out a bit too late. Washing over. Get your surfboard out. Ride that wave. James Wood, forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Not a bad dive there. Good work, James. He was on the left side of the board, as you can see. It's not easy, but getting it round with a clean entry. Rushing though, the judges will pick up on that. We have Evan Karim in with 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Evan. Slightly shorter vertical there. I like that he stays on his tiptoes on the takeoff. It's quite a hard thing to do. Evan's favourite food is all types of fruit, he says. Except tomatoes, though. I've only just started to like tomatoes. Don't worry, Evan, your day will come. And you'll like tomatoes again. Next up, we've got Mick. Performing a forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Very nice dive there from Mick. Solid entry. Really, really nice. Could do have been a little bit neater in that pike shape. Squeeze. I don't want to see a gap. Mick's favourite food is fruit as well. I feel like they're both having me on there. I don't quite believe that, but maybe they're telling the truth. Next up, we've got Nathaniel Elzanowski. Reverse 2.5 somersaults tuck. It's a good hurdle, good takeoff, just slightly coming out too early of that dive, meaning that he landed short vertical. We have Maori Pomeroy. Forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Good height out of the board there. Good solid entry. I think he'll be happy with that. Good nice tight squeeze in that pike shape. A tiny little bit scruffy coming around into the entry. We have Mikola. Forward 2.5 somersaults, 2 twists. Wow, that was a very, very high dive. Performing basically the whole dive above 5 meters. Great hurdle, just going over. It's going to be quite penalised in the entry. Wasn't the best. Mikula's favourite food is meat, and I'm not surprised because he is a strong boy. So you need a lot of protein to be jumping that high and feeding those muscles. We have Camilo forward 3.5 somersault spike, almost falling off the back of the board there. Nice dive there, good hurdle, slightly going over on the entry. Nice neat pike shape, good form. Which could do with looking out at the end of the water.
6.5, 6.5, 6, 6.5, 6, 5.5, 6. Marco Valenti, forward 3.5 somersaults back.
We have Marco Valenti, forward 3.5 somersault spike. Oh, not enough spin on that 3.5. Needs a stronger takeoff. Need to throw those arms forward as quick as he can, wrap into that pike. He has got very long legs. Just running out of room on the entry.
3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Eric Richter, forward 3.5 somersaults to top.
We have Eric from Austria, forward 3.5 somersaults tuck. Nice dive there from Eric. Good entry. Feel like this guy knows exactly where he is in the air. He only had a split second to react. Came out in the right place. Nice work, Eric. We have Anthony Wang in with 2.5 somersaults tuck. Getting a bit stuck there, Anthony. When I say stuck, it's when you get into your shape and you realise, oh no, I've not got enough rotation here to make my dive, so you have to squeeze as hard as you can and wait at the last minute to come out your dive. We have Finn from Germany, back 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Finn, very beautiful. Beautiful form, straight legs. Nice pointed toes, in control, and great knee save on that entry. Finn's favourite music to listen to is reggaeton. In brackets, Bad Bunny. I like it. Next up we have Valerie Maliev from Ukraine. Forward 4.5 somersaults tuck, the hardest dive we've seen this far. Whoa, such a hard dive. Spinning around 4.5 times on the left side of that, right side of that board there, so not the most ideal takeoff, which is probably why he ran out of room there, landing short. Next up we have Carlos, back 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Carlos. Reaching past his shoulders and ears, wrapping into his pike shape. Coming out in the right place. Could just do neating up that entry. Final diver of this round. We have Matvey performing a forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Wonder if that would be my name if I was Russian. Matvey. Lovely dive there. Nice and controlled, good hurdle, lovely pike shape. And into the water, no splash. It's the end of round 7. Let's have a look at the current standings so far. We have the Russian in the lead, followed by the German, and then the Canadian Samuel. A lot can happen still. Early days in this competition. That's why you should never give up. Starting the 8th round, we have Joshua Becerra performing a reverse 3.5 somersaults tuck. Nice dive there from Joshua. It's a very difficult dive to be competing in these sort of environments. And a long prelim too. Good hurdle. I'd take that. No serious disaster there. Bit of a range of scores there from the judges. We have Bogdan Sevic performing a full out. It's a very nice dive there from Bogdan. Good entry, nice and clean. We have Petro from Brazil performing a reverse 3.5 somersaults tuck. Good save there from Petro. Good save. He could have fallen in, that would have been a failed dive, but he's now got a chance to perform again. He will get a 2-point deduction. Deep breaths. I was not a fan of that dive at all. I thought it was a little bit close. He could have gone to the side though. Let's have a look. Oof, it's a little bit tight for my liking. My heart was racing, as I'm sure you guys were at home as well. But it's not easy to perform that dive after a restart. So I hope Petro's not too annoyed with himself. As a commentator, you'd think I'd meant to keep my eyes peeled on the diver, but I definitely closed my eyes that time round. Next up we have Daniel Abai from Hungary, performing a back 2.5 somersaults pike. Not enough spin there for Daniel, landing a little bit short. Daniel enjoys mountain biking in his free time, and he likes rock and metal. And Green Day, I love Green Day. You got good taste, my man. Got Ulokpan performing a forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist pike. Nice dive there from Ulokpan. I like it. Controlled. Neat. And a good entry. Just slightly running out of room now. You want to be able to finish your dive quite high above the water to show that you are in control and strong to the judges. We've got Arno from Canada performing a back 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Arno, just slightly going over. Leaning a little bit too far back on the takeoff, sorry. Arno's favourite subject at school is none. I would have probably said the same thing when I was your age, filling in this form. We've got Emil performing a back 2.5 somersaults pike. Going slightly over vertical there for Emil. The dive got away from him, leaning a bit too far back there. Head out. You got to try and keep your chin in on those takeoffs.
4.5, 6 at 4.5, 5.5, 5.5. Lewis Forrester, forward 3.5 somersaults pike.
We have Lewis from Germany, forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Lewis. Nice pike shape, very tight in that pike shape. No gap. Just slightly short of vertical. Did he swallow a fly or something? Next up we have Kirill Bezuk. Back 2.5 somersaults in the tuck position. Just missed his entry there. It was upright. It just, yes. His head was sticking out of the water. I mean, sticking out from his hand position. Oh, he said he missed his hands. Yeah, that makes sense. Have Bo, forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. There's a good hurdle there from Bo, just not quite generating enough speed there. And as he came out to do his twist, everything slowed down, kind of running out a little bit of room there for the entry. Bo's favourite subject at school is Chinese. It's pretty impressive to learn that language. We have Javier performing an inward 2.5 somersaults pike. Javier there not quite jumping up and above the board, kind of staying at exact board level. Still making the dive round, but just not quite a clean entry.
4.5, 5, 4.5, 5, 5.5, 5, 5.5. Ilya Nadeyev, reverse.
We have Ilya Nadeyev performing a reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Ilya. Just landing short of vertical. Maybe coming out just a tad too early. Came out a little bit later than that. He would have landed completely upright.
5.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6,
But steady as they go.
Alexandra Tomolise, forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist, out.
Alexander Tomoliste. Forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. It looked like he had a slight knee buckle there. Not a major one, but let's have a look. Yeah, a little bit of a wobble on the end of the board there. Might have thrown him off a bit. Lost a bit of his composure. Landing short.
4.5, 4.5, 4.5, 4, 4, 4.5. Nia June, back 2.5 somersaults, pike.
We have Nia Jun from China. Back 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there. Could have generated a little bit more of a jump out of the board. I mean, it was a good jump, but I think he could do more than that. Slightly splashy on that entry. I wonder if China have sent their A team here or not, because China have such a depth of great divers. They usually win everything. Victor Molin, inward 3.5 somersaults tuck. Oh, did a good job there getting that round to his head. Not the greatest takeoff. You want to try and squeeze that tuck as tight as possible. That will help speed up that rotation.
5, 5.5, 4, 4.5, 5, 5.5, 5. Manuel Jimenez, back 2.5.
Next up we've got Manuel Jimenez performing a back 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Manuel, just slightly short of vertical. Head back on that takeoff, but it didn't really throw him off in any way. We have Luke from Great Britain performing a forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. We're just waiting for the scoreboard to change to the correct diver. Just a small technical issue. Luke has done the right thing by stepping off the board. He's going to reset. He's noticed the
his own name on the scoreboard now, so he's got back on the board. Just waiting for the referee's whistle. Oh, good job, Luke. The hurdle was not the best. Quite a long way away from the end of the board there, but he dealt with it very well. Look at that. Great dive. I'm not being biased. It's a bit of a nerve-wracking thing when you have to step off the board and wait for a technical difficulty, because all you kind of want to do is just get your dive done. And that's probably what threw off his hurdle a little bit. Great job, Luke. We have Dimitro, back 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Dimitro. Great form, and good entry, and a great knee save.
7, 7, 6.5, 7.5, 7.5, 8, 8. Melkatiga, inward 2.5 somersaults pike.
Next up we have Melkatiga from Sweden, in with 2.5 somersaults pike. Struggling there to get round 2.5 times in that pike shape. Slightly running out of room. Needs to throw a little bit harder. It's a difficult dive though.
5, 5, 5, 4.5, 4.5, 4, 5.
Melka apparently struggles to wake up in the morning. Doesn't matter how loud the alarm is, he still doesn't get up. So it's a good job he's here this morning. Didn't miss his competition. We have Hassan from Egypt, forming a forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Hassan. Landing on the correct place on the board. Good tight pike shape. Just slight splash on the very end of that entry, but nothing drastic. We have Martinez performing a reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice, strong, beautiful hurdle there. Good form, as I've already said about Martinez. Just coming out slightly early, got a little bit too excited. But I really like his diving.
6, 6, 6.5, 5.5, 5.5, 5.5, 5.5. Niccolo Litosi, back 2.5 somersaults.
Next up we've got Nicola, forming a back 2.5 somersaults pike. Just coming out a bit too early there for Nicolo. It looked like he didn't quite know exactly where he was in that rotation. Came out of his dive and went straight for his hands, which slowed him down. We have Rijeka. Reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. A little bit toes over. I say a little bit quite a lot. It's a 10 toes. Let's have a look. 10 toes over the board. Apologies for my singing. And landing short, vertical.
4.5, 4, 5.5, 4.5, 4, 4, 4. Back 2.5 somersaults pike.
Ilarion. Back 2.5 somersaults pike. Moving a little bit too far away from the board there. Harder to stop the rotation. Had to kind of come out directly above the water, up at the sky.
4, 4, 5.5, 5, 4.5, 5, 5.
Running out of room for the rip entry.
2 kids, forward 3.5 somersaults pike.
We have Georgie performing a forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Georgie. Solid hurdle. Just a tiny gap in that pike shape. But great entry on that, on the end of the dive. We've got Frank Burton from Australia performing an inward 2.5 somersaults pike. Frank slightly getting stuck there in his inward 2.5 pike, moving too far away from the board, which slows down the rotation, catching him very short of vertical.
4.5, 4, 4.5. Samuel Pinheiros, inward 2.5 somersaults with tuck.
We have Samuel performing an inward 2.5 somersaults tuck. Great entry, but not the greatest balance. You see he moves quite far away from the board, slows down his rotation. Bit of a scruffy tuck shape too, but a great entry. We have Samuel from Canada performing a reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. Very nice dive there from Samuel. Very powerful and strong diver. Got a beautiful line to his body. And into the water nice and clean. We've got Ru Cheng Wu, inward 1.5 somersaults pike. Landing quite short of vertical there on that inward 1.5 pike. We normally see that sort of dive in the required rounds.
4, 4.5, 6.5, 4.5, 4, 4.5, 4.5.
But it's good to see participation from many countries around the world. James Wood, back 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from James Wood. Beautiful entry. Great knee save. Do I see a slight knee bend in the pike shape? I'm not sure. He likes it. Get on, yeah.
7.5, 6.5.
Yeah. He's pumped. That's what I like to see.
Evan Curry, back 2.5 somersaults pike.
We have Evan performing a back 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice takeoff. I feel like he lost his legs there on the come out. Let's have a look. The replay. Yeah, he did. If the judges pick up on that, which I'm sure some of them definitely will. Yeah. You can hear some 4.5s getting thrown out. Well, just one 4.5. We've got Mick. Back 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Mick. Leaning back a bit too far. Good knee save though.
6, 6.5, 6, 5.5, 5.5. Nathaniel Elzanovsky.
We have Nathaniel performing an inward 2.5 somersaults pike. Good takeoff. Good pike shape, just sailing it over. See, as he's come out, his head's already tucked in, looking at the wrong side of the pool. You kind of want to be looking at the water's edge, where the divers climb out of the water there. We have Maori forming a back 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Maori. Looked like it was going a little bit over, but he managed to save it. Good, nice pike shape, good form. Just a little bit of a banana shape on the entry.
5.5, 5.5, 5.5, 6. Mikola Miocic.
We have Mikola Miocic performing a reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. Whoa, nice strong hurdle, good bounce. Good direction away from the board, but just sailing it too far over. I think you need to add another somersault to that, mate. There's plenty of room for it. You have Camilo forming a forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Not a bad dive there, just kind of cutting it a little bit short. You see on his takeoff, he cuts it in. It's not meaning it's too close, but it just kind of stops the rotation of the somersault.
5.5, 6, 5.5, 5. Marco Valenti, back 2.5 somersaults with tuck.
Got Marco Valenti. Back 2.5 somersaults tuck. Nice dive there. It's one of the easier dives we're seeing. Just a little bit over. I'd like to see more of a toe point on that tuck shape. The judges are always going to pick up on that. Eric from Austria for 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. As he was lining up towards the end of his dive there, he had his head tucked in. If he would have his head facing the water, his eyes facing the water, he might have been able to stop that from going over. Such a shame. Yeah, he was doing well up until that point. Anthony Wong. Back 2.5 somersaults tuck. Oh, as you see there on the entry, quite a big twist. The judges are going to heavily penalise on that. That's such a shame.
2, 2, 4, 2.5, 3, 4, 2. Finn Arbe, reverse 3.5.
We've got Finn from Germany, reverse 3.5 somersaults tuck. Finds this dive the most challenging. Go on, Finn. Great dive there. To say that's the dive you wrote down on my sheet of paper, when I said, what dive do you find the most challenging? And you put 307C. You made it look very good, very easy. Well done. Especially in a long prelim like this, it's not easy to complete these hard dives, or any dives in that matter. Got a Valerie back 2.5 somersaults pike. Oh, it's fortunately running out of room there. Not enough pickup on the takeoff. Coming out too early. And by the time he lines up, the water hits you already. And you're not able to make a rip entry. We have Carlos performing a reverse 3.5 somersault tuck. Taking his time. It's a hard dive. Big deep breath. Did a very good job with that one, Carlos. Just a little bit nervous after seeing where he planted his feet on that hurdle. But still managed to get that rotation round, kicking right up the sky. Getting into the water. Onto the final diver of this round, Matfe, performing a back 2.5 somersaults pike. Landing a little bit short there from Matve. Coming out way too early, dropping his heels, which cuts off the rotation. It's not easy. It's the final diver of this round.
4.5, 4.5, 5, 5, 5, 4.5, 4. Thank you, panel A judges. The panel B judges.
They'll be changing over the judges now. There's 2 more rounds of diving to go. Let's have a look at the scoreboard now. Onto the ninth rounder dives now. We have Joshua Becerra performing a back 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice solid dive there from Joshua. Maybe moving a little bit too far away from the board. Leaning back. But up and down. And a decent entry. We have Bogdan Savic from Serbia, reverse 2.5 somersaults tuck. Nice dive there, coming out in the exact right position. Maybe moving away from the board a little bit, bit of a scruffy tuck shape. Head looks like it's completely facing outwards instead of in when in the tuck shape. We have Pedro Costa performing a reverse 2.5 somersaults with 1.5 twist. This is a big dive. We've not seen this one yet. Nice. I was a little bit nervous there. It's a hard dive, and he already had a bit of a wobble on his hurdle a few rounds ago, but great job. Probably not ideal, probably not what he wanted. We have Daniel Abai, reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. Ooh. Unfortunately running out of complete rotation. Not spinning quick enough, just dropping. Not much you can do after you've taken off like that. We have Ulokpan. Back 2.5 somersaults back? Yeah. I thought he was about to do a hurdle then. Good takeoff, nice neat pike shape. Just a bit scruffy on that entry. Let's have a look. Yeah, the head was out of line with his arms. For that rip entry, everything's just got to be tucked in. Just think of it, it needs to be streamlined as possible. We've got Arno from Canada. Arno Corbeil, forming a reverse 3.5 somersaults tuck. Oh, it looked like he slipped in his tuck shape there. Not completely though, because he obviously stayed in it. Let's have a look, see if we can see it. Yes, it was his right leg, I think. Did a really good job with that. Normally, when you slip out of your shape, you normally completely let go, and then you end up landing on your side, and it's not very nice, and it's quite humiliating. So, great job, Arno, for getting that round. Emil. Reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. Skipped out at the end of the board there. Didn't fully extend out of his knees. Looked like he scraped his toes as he did that. Running out of room, landing short. We have Luis, Germany, back 2.5 somersaults pike. solid dive there from Louis. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Great form. Great entry. Look at that. Very pretty diver. I want to see a 9 at least. Come on. Nope. At least 8s, in my opinion. We've got Kirill. Reverse 2.5 somersaults tuck. Not generating enough speed there for his reverse 2.5 tuck. Coming out a bit too early. It's hard in these long prelims to kind of get the beans going. You can almost see a lot of people holding back and not quite making their dives the way they want to. But it's hard to fuel yourself through such a long prelim. We have Bo. Back 2.5 somersaults tuck. Nice strong takeoff there from Bo. Good tight tuck shape. Could do with being a little bit neater, especially from the tuck shape to the come out. A little splashy on the entry there. Got Javier. Back 2.5 somersaults pike. Not jumping enough there out of the board. You need to generate the speed and the height to set you up for a good dive. Running out of room there. I feel like some of the divers' energies are depleting. Like I said, it's so hard to fuel yourself through such a long event. Ilya, back 2.5 somersaults pike. Not a bad dive there, just a little splashy on the entry. Kneeling too far back. Didn't quite use his muscles to jump out of the board. Instead, using the momentum to get him round. We have Alexander. Forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Making it quite hard work for himself there, getting that round 3.5 times. Like he just didn't throw hard enough maybe. But landed vertically. We have Nia Jun. Reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. All 10 toes over the end of the board there, making it very hard, especially on a reverse rotating dive. To get through it. Landing quite short of vertical there. I'm sure that's not up to his normal standard. We have Victor Molan. Reverse 2.5 somersaults tuck. Oh, that was definitely the wrong place to come out on that dive. You'd only come out there if you are Sho Shikai. Not sure Sho Shikai dives anymore, but he was a Japanese diver. He used to come out at the floor, but make it all the way around. It was beautiful diving to watch. But unfortunately, Victor, that was far too early. Manuel, reverse 2.5 somersaults tuck. Good hurdle. Look where he planted his feet here, perfectly on the end of the board. Throwing his head a little bit too far back though on that takeoff, which I'm not a massive fan of. It can kind of make it a little bit unsafe. Moving towards the board. But a good entry. Got Luke, Great Britain, forming a forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Everything was really, really good then up until that entry. Really like his hurdle. I like his positioning on his takeoff. Just needs to be a little bit more sharper on that entry. We have Dmitro from Ukraine. Reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. Sailing completely over there. Creating a big wave there, so get your surfboards out. By the way, most of these commentating quirks I keep saying are inspiration from Leon Taylor, who's a British commentator and a former silver Olympic medalist for Great Britain in diving. We have Melka. Forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there. Had to really work it on that entry. Slightly running out of room, but making it round into that entry. Could do with a bit of a rip entry. Oh my god, I've said entry way too many times. Maybe I need to feel myself better for these long competitions. We got Hassan from Egypt, performing a reverse 2.5 somersaults tuck. Nice entry on that, Hassan. A little bit wobbly on that hurdle, but doing a good job with the flight of the dive. We have Martinez, back 2.5 somersaults pike. Very nice dive there from Martinez. Again, really enjoy watching this diver. Nice form, beautiful toe point, great entry. Very nice. We have Nicolo, reverse 3.5 somersaults tuck. Ah, the hurdle was good. He just skipped away from the board there. Look at this point, good positioning, but didn't quite extend out of the board, and completely losing where he was in the air and coming out way too early. That's such a shame. The dive he finds most difficult is that dive. I promise you, you'll get it. You'll get it next time. Rijeka. 107C. Nice. For those that don't know, that means a forward 3.5 somersaults tuck. Great dive there from Rijeka. Nice and neat. Just a little bit short there. Good deal with spinning a little bit quicker, coming out a bit earlier. We have Ilarion Rijeka, reverse 2.5 somersaults tuck. Nice dive there. Good rotation, good placement on the end of the board. Just could do with a better knee save on that and it would have kept the splash completely down. We have Georgie. Forming a back 2.5 somersaults tuck. Nice. Good dive there from Georgie. Nice and controlled. Good reach. Bit of a tight tuck shape would be preferred. But landing upright is the aim in diving. Good smile there. That's what we like to see. Frank Burton, 107, forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Oh, that's such a shame. Moving really far away from the end of the board there. Messing up his hurdle. Which means you don't get a good big jump out of the board. Which means it's very hard to get the dive all the way around. Got Samuel Cuero, forming a reverse 2.5 somersaults tuck. Did a good job coming out where he did, because he noticed he wasn't spinning that quick and it wasn't the greatest hurdle, but maybe just coming out a little bit too late. But that was the right idea. Got Samuel McCaffrey forming the back 2.5 somersaults pike. A little bit of a struggle there on that back 2.5 pike. Running out of room. Having to really reach round to that entry, bending his back and his legs. Samuel likes to prove the too tall narrative wrong. And there's a few tall divers that I know. And it's true. Can be 6 foot plus, but still a very good diver. We've got Ru Cheng Wu performing a back 1.5 somersaults half twist. Leaning too far back there on that takeoff. Struggling with that half twist. Still a bit skew whiff on that entry.
2.5, 4, 4, 3, 4.5, 3.5, 4. James Wood, reverse 2.5 somersaults.
Got James Wood, reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. Good job with that. Managed to keep his calm on that hurdle even though he placed his feet on the right side of the board. Still got a good jump out of it. Just slightly going a bit too far over on the entry. Evan, USA, forming a reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Evan. Good height out of the board. I like the balance in that sweet spot. Not too far away, not too close. Just reaching a little bit too far past his entry. Mick, performing the same dive as his teammate. He did a good job there. All 10 toes, I think, hanging on the end. Sometimes you're able to like grip onto the board, which helps your balance and your rotation. Just going over the vertical there. Nathaniel Elzanowski, forward 3.5 somersaults pike. A little bit too short there on that entry. Instead of throwing up and over, kind of threw down, which cut off his jump, leading to running out of room on the entry. We've got Maori performing a reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. Really nice dive there from Maori. Beautiful jump out of that board, as you can see, extending all of his legs. Nice pike shape. Great line into that water. Really like that. Good stuff. Yeah, he knows it. Come on. We got Mikula performing a back 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from the Croatian diver. Good reach. Maybe head a bit too far back on that takeoff, leading to a bit of a scrappy entry. Enjoying himself. That's what I like to see. Camilo, back 2.5 somersaults tuck. Ooh, good takeoff, just coming out a little bit too late. I wonder if he thought if he would have come out at the board, he would have hit it with his feet. No, that's sometimes in the diver's head. If you feel like you're coming close to the board, you don't really want to kick towards the board because you think, well, you don't want to hit it. But sometimes you're not that close and you come out too late and then you go over. Got Marco Valenti, reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. That's a shame. That is a shame. I felt like that was going well. It was a good hurdle, and then kind of just lost all momentum of that bounce and didn't really jump up and jumped out instead. It's a difficult dive to do when you've not got the right rotation on that takeoff. We've got Eric forming a back 2.5 somersaults tuck. Nice dive there from Eric. Almost very decent. Just a little bit scruffy on that entry. See that splash.
7, 6.5, 7, 7, 6.5, 6.5, 7. Anthony 1. Reverse 2.5 somersaults tuck.
Got Anthony 1. Reverse 2.5 somersaults tuck. Oh, coming out way too late there on that reverse 2.5 somersaults tuck. Did he come out? Yeah, he came out at vertical, and he was at least 1.5 meters above the water. So as you can imagine, the somersault just keeps rotating. You go flying over. Finn, performing a forward 3.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Finn. Good control on his hurdle. Very big jump. Using all of his leg muscles and a clean entry.
7.5, 7.5, 8, 8.5. Valerie Mallion. Reverse 2.5.
We have Valerie performing a reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. Good hurdle, good takeoff, nice and high. Finished the dive way above board level. Came out in the right place. So a little hesitation there on the entry, but decent. We have Carlos Solazano performing a forward 4.5 somersaults tuck. The hardest dive in this competition, competed by someone else as well. Nice, very good dive there from Carlos. It's a very difficult dive, especially this long prelim. Look at that big jump, spinning as quick as he can, and a sharp come out to the entry. We've got Matvey performing a reverse 3.5 somersaults tuck. Very good job there. That was not the hurdle you want on a reverse 3.5 somersaults tuck, but he did a really good job keeping his control and came out at the right place and good entry. That was the final diver of round 9. And we're going to be moving into the final round of dives. Let's have a look at the scoreboard. Let's see who's in the top 12 so far. Things can still move around. We are on to the final round now. We have Joshua from Mexico performing a forward 2.5 somersaults with 2 twists. Nice dive there from Joshua. His previous rank was rank 7, and I think he'll be comfortably into the final with that dive.
7, 6.5, 7, 6.5, 7, 6.5, 7. Bogdan Savic, back 2.5 somersaults with tuck.
We have Bogdan Savic performing a back 2.5 somersaults tuck. Nice dive there from Bogdan. Slightly splashy on the entry. We have Pedro Costa from Brazil performing an inward 3.5 somersaults tuck. Whoa, it's a hard dive. Not enough power out of that board. It needs to spin a little bit quicker than that. As you can see, he punched the water. Didn't have enough time to get his hands grabbed.
4, 4, 3.5, 3.5, 4, 4, 3.5. Daniel Abayi, forward 1, correction 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist, up.
We have Daniel forming a forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice dive there, just slightly short of vertical, but keeping the splash down. Nice entry. Redeeming himself from the last round.
5.5, 5, 5.5, 5, 5.5, 5.5, 5. You lock pan, reverse 2.5 somersaults with tuck.
We have Yu Lokpan from Hong Kong. Reverse 2.5 somersaults tuck. Nice dive there, was slightly hesitant on that takeoff, but did a good job with it. A little bit short there, but a clean entry.
5.5, 6, 6, 5.5, 7, 5.5, 5.5. On no full play, forward 2.5 somersaults, 2 twists, out.
We have Arno forming a forward 2.5 somersaults with 2 twists. He's going to need a good one if he wants to make the final. Oh, it's such a shame. As you can see on the entry, he kind of carries on twisting. I'm not sure if the judges will pick up on that. I think they will. Yeah.
2.5, 3, 3.5.
That is such a shame.
5.5, 2, 4. Emil Casimir, forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist, height.
We have Emil. Full out. Oh, running out of room there. Not enough power out the board. I think some of the divers are losing a bit of their energy, running out of steam. It's a hard thing to fuel yourself through such a long competition and stay concentrated.
1, 2, 3.
Getting the better of some of these divers.
Reverse 2.5 somersaults, height.
We have Luis. Reverse 2.5 somersaults pike. That was exactly what was needed. He was running in rank 7, and I think that will be him comfortably in the final. Remember, I'm bad at maths though, so
7.5, 6.5, 8, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7. Kirill Bazook, inward 2.5 somersaults with tuck.
we have Kirill Bazook performing an inward 2.5 somersaults tuck. I think that's back to the workshop with that one. Coming out far too late of that dive, maybe getting a bit confused.
2.5, 3, 2.5, 3, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. Bow and Brie. Reverse 2.5.
Next up we've got Bo Ampry performing a reverse 2.5 somersaults tuck. Nice jump out of the board there from Bo. It's landing a little bit short of vertical.
5, 4.5, 5.5.
Bo's represented his country very well and should be very proud of himself.
Forward 2.5.
Opportunity of a lifetime to be able to do this. We have Javier performing a forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Running out of room on the entry there. A little mistake crept in. Not enough power out of that board.
5, 4, 4, 4, 5, 4.5, 4.5. Ilya Nadeyev. Inward 2.5 somersaults.
We have Ilya forming a inward 2.5 somersaults pike. Ilya moving a bit too far away from the board there, running out of rotation speed. That will not be enough to get into the final.
4.5, 5, 5, 6, 6, 5.5, 5.5. Alexandra Zomalize. Inward 2.5 somersaults with tuck.
Alexander from Georgia, inward 2.5 somersaults tuck. Not a bad dive. I'd like to see a little bit more spin speed there. A bit more confidence on that entry.
6, 5.5, 6, 6, 5.5, 6, 6. Near June. Forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist punch.
We have Nia Junt performing a forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice dive there from the Chinese diver. It's a shame about his failed dive earlier on. Is it round 2, I believe?
7.5, 7, 7.5, 7, 7, 7, 7.
But diving's all about consistency.
Forward 3.5 somersaults, punch.
Victor Molin. Forward 3.5 somersaults pike. You can see the sun has peaked back out, but that didn't affect Victor. He did take off away from the end of the board. There goes a parasol. No, big umbrella that covers the judges from the. As you can see, there's two above the judges there. There used to be 3. That's just gone into the ocean. Goodbye. What we would have learnt from yesterday about how the winds can get quite. And it's now raining. Manuel for 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Good dive there from Manuel, keeping his composure. It's not easy when you've been doing your whole competition in the sun. And now it's raining.
6.5, 6.5, 6, 6, 6, 7, 6.
And the wind is creeping up.
Judges, can I just ask you to keep the iPads covered? Thank you. Luke Baggett. Inward 2.5 somersaults.
We've got Luke. was the wrong display on our screens there, but the correct display on the screens at the pool. Luke's going to be performing an inward 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Luke. Could have done with a bit of a cleaner entry. I think it's going to be quite tight. Oh no, I don't. Dimitrio performing a forward 2.5 somersaults, 2 twists. I'm getting very confused with all the graphics I'm seeing. Nice dive, just sailing a little bit over. I may have got some of my predictions wrong at the start of the round when I was saying people might make it into the final and might not. I'm just following my screen that I've got here. So it's not my maths at fault. Got Melka. Forward 2.5 somersaults, 2 twists. Struggled on that one. Not quite the takeoff you'd want. Running out of room on the entry. Landing short of vertical. Believe it has stopped raining. It is still raining. Oh yeah, it's definitely still raining, sorry. Got Hassan from Egypt performing a back 2.5 somersaults tuck. Good takeoff, nice flight, just not as clean as you'd hope on that entry. Landing a little bit short, so the shoulder takes the hit of the water, producing that splash. Got Martinez, Zaukas, inward 2.5 somersaults pike. Very nice dive there from Martinez. Really impressed with this diver. Very strong and very neat. You can tell this diver has been really working hard on his form. I think he'll be comfortably through to the final. I'm excited to see what he's got in the final. We have Nicolo performing an inward 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there from Nicolo to finish his campaign off. It's always good finishing with a good dive, because it's the last dive is the one you remember. Sometimes you'll have a really good competition and you end it on a bad one. It can really mess with your head. It's always good to show what you're capable of. We have Rijeka performing a forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Landing short of vertical there. was a good hurdle, struggled in the flight.
4.5, 4.5. Hilarion and Chenko, forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist height.
We have Hilarion forming a forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice dive there. I'd like to see a bit more commitment on that entry. It was all there.
5.5.
I think all the divers just want to get this last dive out of the way before the weather may get worse. I don't think it will get worse though. We will see. I think it will in a matter of 10 minutes maybe. There's a big cloud in the background. Georgie, reverse 2.5 somersaults tuck. Taking off on the very right side of the springboard there, but dealt with it very well. Coming out in the right position. And a good entry. Frank Burton, Australia, forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice dive there to end his competition on. A bit away from the end of the board on that takeoff. Lining up a little bit too early, leading to a short vertical entry. Samuel Pinheiros, forming a back 2.5 somersaults tuck. Nice dive there. Good entry. A tad over on the entry though. Could have done with a tighter knee save. And a bigger jump out of that board. To leave him with enough room. Up next we've got Samuel McCaffrey from Canada, performing a forward 2.5 somersaults, 2 twists. Spicy, very spicy dive. I like it a lot. That's what he needed to make it through to the final. Good job, Samuel. We'll see him later on in the final, I'm sure. We've got Ru Cheng Wu. Forward 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice dive there to end his campaign here. Just a little bit short, but good form. And no twisting on that entry, which is always good. We have James Wood, Australia, forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Nice dive there from James. Steady hurdle. The last round nerves didn't get to him. Good lad. Just a little bit short on that entry. Evan Karim forming a forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. A great hurdle. I thought he was almost going to run out of room there because he shot up in the air, but he managed to dig round into that pike shape into the entry, keeping it clean. We got Mick forming the same dive. Spicy, very nice. Great dive to end on. Good takeoff and clean entry. You can see the rain there on that water. Can be a little bit off-putting for the divers. Nathaniel Elskanowski. Forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist. Running out of room there. Getting a bit stuck in his pike shape when he repiked after his twist. Got Mari performing a forward 2.5 somersaults with 2 twists. Oof. I thought he almost came out a little bit too late there for his twist. He managed to kind of control it into the entry, but it's not what he would have probably wanted. No, not at all. We've got Mikola Miocic performing a inward 2.5 somersaults pike. Nice takeoff on the board there, just landing slightly short of vertical on the entry. Slightly moving back away, which made the dive harder to make round. Camilo performing a reverse 2.5 somersaults tuck. Nice dive there to finish his competition off. Going slightly over on his entry. Didn't have to pull it round as much as he thought. We have Marco Valenti in with 2.5 somersaults pike. Bit of a hesitation there. Slightly over on that rotation. Got Eric Richter from Austria with a 2.5 somersaults tuck. Nice dive there to end on. Pushing out a little bit too far away from the board, but landing upright.
5.5, 6, 6, 6.5, 6.5, 6 and 7. Anthony 1. Back 2.5. Correction. Back 1.5 somersaults, 1.5 twist, free position.
Anthony 1. Back 1.5 somersaults, 1.5 twist. Nice entry there for Anthony.
5.5, 5.5, 5.5, 5.5, 5.5. Finn Arve. Forward 2.5 somersaults.
Finn Awe performing a forward 2.5 somersaults, 2 twists. Nice dive there from the German, keeping his composure. Good jump out of the board, great height. Just lining up a little bit early, slightly landing short. But I think we'll see him in the final later on. Valeria, performing a forward 2.5 somersaults, 2 twists. Slightly running out of room there on the end of the dive. Had to really dig it round. Shoulders took the brunt of the hit to create that splash. 2 more divers left. I think there is quite some very grey clouds coming our way. Just hope it happens during the training break and not the next competition. We've got Carlos performing a forward 2.5 somersaults, 2 twists. All toes over the end of the board though, but it didn't matter. Carlos dealt with that very well. Very decent dive. And not bad finish.
7, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6 and 7. Matvey Pomoshnikov. Reverse 1.5 somersaults.
Our final diver, Matvey, performing a reverse 1.5 somersaults with 3.5 twists. Very nice dive. That was spicy. A spicy dive to end this competition. 3.5 twists. Whew, and a great entry.
7, 6.5, 7.5, 7.5.
And he'll be through to the final.
8, 7, 8.
And that's the completion of the 3-meter springboard boys day preliminary. Let's have a look at the scoreboard, see who made it through to the final. I just wanted to congratulate all athletes taking part. Let's see who's in that 12th place. Whoa, Luke. In the 11th, Maori getting into that final. Congratulations. Well done to all. And we'll see you all very soon for the next competition.